We have the stream up.
Try to focus. I thought I said to him that I reviewed these and that they're not changed by any.
Yep, that'll unmute. So Wade is unmute. Red is mute.
You want to do it? Okay. Thought I'd turn this off.
Morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. Paul Manfred's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
So if you would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Good morning. Just a quick, my name's Kathy Schick. I'm the WIA Board President. Welcome this morning to our Winter Coalition. We want to thank you all for being here this morning. It's incredibly important to the association and this process. So thank you for taking your time Monday morning at 8 a.m. To be here. To the presenters that have taken the time to put forth the amendments, and of course, all of the delegates that will be listening and passing the information on to their leagues.
Yeah, and Mick Hoffman, Executive Director, and I too, on behalf of our board and staff, want to thank everybody for being here, especially those that have proposed amendments. We appreciate those that take the effort to make changes that are desired rather than simply complaining. So thank you to all of you who participate in that. Also, a special thanks to all our rep assembly members for your willingness to perform these extra duties. We know many people outside of our association don't fully understand your role. They don't understand necessarily that your vote is a representation of your league and or WI district, which means you're not voting your personal opinions or even your school or district opinions. And so for taking on that responsibility, we were very, very appreciative. Also, it's really important that and critical with these positions that we're focusing on the entire state, all 225,000 of our annual student participants, and not looking at just how it impacts your own league or WI district, but how it impacts students in schools from across the state. So again, we appreciate you taking on those extra duties, helping inform and educate people in your local area until voting finally begins on April 9th. So again, on behalf of our board and staff, thank you.
Just a quick note that on the roll call sheet, you will find the agenda and the full text of all the amendments. So if you didn't get that in a separate, it is on the roll call sheet. So Janae, Andy. Yeah, it's in there.
We need to give instructions.
Is there anything you need for them? All right, yesterday we met as a full board. It was about a 7-hour meeting, but rather than give you an update on that, I would encourage you all to join us on WIA Wednesday. We'll be going through all of the issues and things that we went through in that board meeting so that we can get to the amendments more quickly today. I will say that there are some executive board terms that come up in 2025 for districts 2 and 5 and for regions 1, A1, B2, and C3. So for the district 2 and 5, those will go through the rep assembly. They're elected and the nominations need to be in the office by April 1st. The regional ones are to the office on April 30th. Those are, the board will select those 3 regional reps in the June 8th meeting. So for any people that are interested or have people that we want to reach out to, please check with your district directors. They can give you more information about that.
Andy Knapp's going to play a quick clip for us. All right, for those of you who may not be aware, that is a quick clip that we actually took with cell phone video this last weekend at Battleground High School for Washington State Cheer Championships. And we share it just as a reminder of the purpose of the association. So as we are working through today and the next few months of our amendment and rulemaking process, just want to remind everybody, you know, we are not here to settle political or cultural debates. We are not here to give students we directly serve an advantage over students in other schools, school districts, leagues, or WI districts. We are here to continue the WI's mission, which I quote, provide opportunities for all students to excel in athletics, performing arts, and other activities while promoting excellent, fair, safe, and accessible activities. And despite our low-tech efforts with that clip, I would say for those that were present, watching thousands of young people along with their parents and others that love and support them celebrate awards at the end like that in true competition really epitomizes what we're about and what we're trying to continue to improve with this process. So I challenge each of you to also read our vision and mission statements, our core principles, as you go out and lead discussions in your local areas on the amendment process. This amendment process is our membership's opportunity to control our destiny and help avoid outside influences from legislating our rules. So it's our opportunity to find compromises of competing wants to avoid losing control of our future like some other governing agencies have across our country. It's our chance to provide students opportunities, even if students in our own school aren't able to take advantage of those opportunities. So let's not let the pursuit of perfection get in the way of positively impacting students from across the state. So again, to all of you involved in this process, thank you. With that, I would like to introduce our parliamentarian. We are eternally thankful for Mark Cullen sharing his expertise to assure that we follow our guidelines and that this process goes as smoothly as possible. So Mark, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Mick, for inviting me back. I truly appreciate it. Parliamentary procedures and instructions. A motion must be made and seconded to bring all amendments to the floor for discussion, and that will happen. That opportunity will come as soon as I'm reviewing. A motion must be made and seconded to propose any revisions to an amendment or to withdraw an amendment. And then if you look at the amendment procedures page in your packet, the presenter will explain their amendment. The questions from the audience will be addressed. A proposed revision may be submitted, a wording change. Discussion of amendments will take place in breakout groups and then return to the main meeting where the presenter will answer any additional questions about the amendment under consideration. A proposed revision may be submitted. That's how you bring an amendment. Excuse me, that's the procedure for considering an amendment. For revising one, the wording change, the wording of a proposed amendment may be revised by a 60% vote of the members of the appropriate representative assembly, provided the intent of the proposed amendment is not altered. And that's my role here today, is to evaluate whether or not a wording change changes the intent of the amendment. The procedure is that the motion must be made and seconded to revise the amendment. I'll then make that determination about intent. Then a discussion of the revised amendment will take place. And then if approved by 60% of the appropriate representative assembly delegates, middle level 11, high school 21, or joint 32, the revision will replace the previous language in the amendment. If for some reason sponsors wish to withdraw an amendment, a motion must be made and seconded to withdraw an amendment. And again, with those same percentages that I just listed, the movement to withdraw the amendment may be made. 60% of the total membership of the assembly is required for passage of an amendment. That's 32 yes votes for high school and middle, 21 for high school, and 11 for middle. Then amendments that pass will go into effect on August 1st, unless otherwise noted in the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, we're going to now go to Vice President Paul Manford. He's going to be leading the amendment presentation and discussions this morning. So Paul.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Kathy. As Kathy said, my name is Paul Manford. I'm the current Executive Board Vice President, and it's an honor to be leading this today. I want to start by echoing Mick and Kathy's sentiment of gratitude to everyone just for being here this morning. It really is an important time in the calendar year of the association where we have the opportunity to make changes. And this year we have some pretty significant amendments on the ballot. And so with that, I would like to entertain a motion to move the amendments forward.
So moved.
Second.
Can you put that in the chat? With this many people on a call, it's very difficult to know who's making it. So put it in the chat. Motion and then the second.
Yep, I think Alec Vermeer made the motion, John Applegate with the second. Thank you both for that.
Paul, really quick, sorry. This is a reminder to everybody in here, if you have a question, please type question in the chat. We are monitoring that. We will then call on you to ask your questions. So if there are questions throughout the day, please use the chat to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Justin, and thanks for doing that. And with that, we're going to start by introducing the first amendment. It's middle level high school amendment number 1, presented by Eric Silverston, athletic director at Manson High School. Only the representative assembly could make editorial changes for typographical errors or changes in wording to reflect current interpretations. At this time, are there any proposed revisions for the amendment? All right, hearing none, I will turn it over to Eric. Thank you, Eric.
I'm going to keep this brief as we've done this already once here in December, but I thank everybody for letting me talk on this topic and look forward for this conversation to continue over the next few months. Prior to COVID, we as a rep assembly gave the WIA a little bit more power in how to edit our handbook. We did this because at the time we felt like the handbook was a little messy and that we needed to be a little bit more nimble in our ability to make changes in regards to the safety, changes to the WACs, and maybe changes that come along from court proceedings. I think it's a good time now to slow down and see kind of maybe what were some of the unintended consequences of that and how that rule change has been going. One big unintended consequence for me, and I think for a lot of other ADs, is that we are a lot less confident in what our handbook says. It used to be that rule changes would go through rep assembly and our handbook would change once a year. So if you could keep up with the rep assembly process, you could keep up with our handbook and be fairly confident about what it says and how to apply it in your day-to-day life at the school. Now our handbook changes at almost every WIA meeting when the board meets. I said in our December meeting that over 40 rule changes had happened between June and October. And in November, another 21 rule changes were passed by our board. This has made it very difficult for us to keep up with what's going on and very difficult to have any level of confidence as we work with our families and student athletes of what our handbook says at any given time. In fact, an athlete in the fall and an athlete in the spring could actually play by different rules because our handbook is constantly changing and being edited. Some very simple and very minor, and others that change the meaning of the rule. This has been going on for a while. Kind of the situation that was the biggest red flag to me that made me want to propose this amendment happened this fall when we were stuck with the situation in regards to allocation. As we were breaking a tie in allocation, we had to determine what we should do when what we've been doing and our handbook didn't line up. Those two things were different. And instead of following our handbook, we decided to edit the rule on September 30th. And then on October 7th, we, on appeal, changed the same rule. And then on October 15th, on appeal, we re-changed the same rule back to our initial change. And this kind of process is very difficult for our ADs and for us to know exactly what's going on. So in my rewrite of this rule, my goal was to write it in a way that still allowed for us to make changes to when WAC is involved, when health and safety is involved, when court orders are involved, because we need that kind of flexibility, but would bring all the other rule changes back through the hands of the rep assembly and would allow us more confidence in what we're doing. Any questions?
Thank you, Eric. Hearing none, we'll move on to the next amendment. So please know, just a couple of quick notes. There is the full text of each of these amendments. It's attached at the top. So if you click on the links up there, feel free to read. You have the access to those. And then we will be moving into breakout rooms after we hear the presentation of 4 amendments. And so we will have an opportunity to discuss a little bit further. So again, thank you, Eric. And at this,
Sorry, there's one question in the chat, Johnny Lee.
Johnny, go ahead.
My question to this is the rule changes that you did mention, like, are they true rule changes or are they just edits?
I guess it depends on your idea of edit. So changing enrollment to adjusted enrollment, it's a significant rule change. It's a rule change that affected allocations for multiple districts within our state. And that change happened in the fall. Another example happened at the November meeting. We added some extra criteria to the word to hardship. And we did it because that's what it said on the form, not because that's what, so we adjusted the WI handbook rule to include hardship reasons that were on the form and not in the handbook. So what should be driving our handbook? The processes that we do we just adjust our handbook to those, or should our handbook be driving our processes? Some are more editorial. I wouldn't classify very many as grammatical. We're not adding commas or periods. We're changing words or adding words. We've added the word adjusted to the word enrollment probably 15 times in the last couple months. Those are significant changes. So I don't think they're all just editorial changes, but some definitely are.
Okay, I just want to make it clear if it was like full-blown changes or just more editorial changes to adjust to what we've kind of been doing over the last 4 years.
I would say by your definition there of editorial changes, probably more would be along the lines of editorial changes, but adjusting the handbook to what we're doing probably isn't the best process.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Paul, no more questions.
No more questions. Well, with that, we'll move on to the second amendment. It's a middle level high school amendment number 2, presented by Scott Chamberlain of the WIAA Executive Board. Membership fees would increase by 25% in 25-26 and in 26-27. At this time, are there any proposed revisions for the amendment? Okay, hearing none, I will turn the floor over to Scott Chamberlain.
Thanks, Paul. Good morning, everyone. As mentioned before, we covered these in December, so I'll give you the short version and maybe some highlights. But back in, I want to say it was 2018 when I became the finance committee lead or chair. We were in a system of probably just at the end of a 10-year plan that over those 10 years, we increased ticket prices and membership fees every other year to keep up with the cost of doing business. At that time, we were at the end of that. And so we discontinued that and went into a different process and just looking at our finances. And in 2021, instituted the tier system that we are currently in. And that has gotten us 4 years. And at that time, those numbers were somewhat set on where we thought we were at the time, not knowing where enrollments would fall and those types of things. And so now it was time after 4 years to take a look at those numbers and see how we were doing. In the meantime, obviously, we've had a lot of things going on in our lives with COVID at the start of that, and not having tournaments and whatever else was happening during that time. But I think the important part to know is that during that time, I found this, or learned this yesterday in our five-year synopsis of our budgets. We were working in the red by about $900,000. Luckily or fortunately for us, during those times, there were a lot of grant monies that were available, one-time monies that the association staff and Leah Francis worked very hard to secure, which was able to cover us in a way that we were not jumping into our reserves to cover our budget inefficiencies. And so with that, we took a look at our membership fee, which is one of our major ways for income, and looked at a 25% increase in year one, and then a 25% increase in year two. That would bring us to about a $500,000 increase. Currently, this year's WIA budget is balanced by a 360, I think it is, or 300, I think it's $360,000 out of our reserves. If the trend stays the way that it was saying, we would need to use that. At this time, the one-time monies are starting to end. They're harder to claim. So looking at that, we don't want to be balancing a budget out of our reserves, as all of us sit in our districts and understand that process and how those are affecting us in our own buildings and our own districts. The WIA is no different. So the proposal is to increase those tiers over the next 2 years to keep up with the cost of doing business. Any questions?
Okay, hearing no questions, Scott, I thank you for presenting that, and we'll move on to amendment number 3. So at this time, we'll present middle level high school amendment number 3, presented by Dwayne Johnson of the WIAA Executive Board. This amendment would add an honorary board member from the Rural Educators Association. At this time, are there any proposed revisions for the amendment?
Not at this time.
Hearing none, Dwayne, you have the floor.
That being said, good morning, everybody. It's an honor and a privilege to present this membership to the WIA Executive Board. The Rural Educator Center would be in addition to the board itself. The rationale is it's a statewide cooperative for small and rural districts. And we have some districts that stretch from the Canadian border all the way down to the Oregon border, and several service districts within and other key educational organizations committed to achieving the highest quality of learning on behalf of children in Washington public and private schools. Adding this position as an honorary member to the executive board will ensure that small and rural school districts have a voice during our executive board meetings. Do we have any questions? I'm hearing none.
Neither am I, Dwayne. So with no further questions, we will move on to the presentation of amendment number 4. It's high school amendment number 4, presented by Casey Gant of the WIAA Executive Board. This amendment reduces the percentage of schools that offer an activity or sport during the 2-year trial period. Are there any proposed revisions to the amendment? Hearing none, I will turn the floor over to Casey. Thanks, Casey.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning, everybody. As Paul said, this amendment is an update to Rule 8.12.14 and establishing the criteria for initial 2-year trial period for new activities within the WIA framework. Some keys to this: one is lower in participation threshold. So the first piece of it, the percentage of WIA member schools required to commit to offering an activity support during the first year of a trial would decrease from 20% to 15%. And then the second adjustment would be in the second year, that percentage needed for full sanctioning by the WIA would decrease from 40% to 25%. These adjustments acknowledge the challenges of introducing new programs and new activities across the state. Kind of the rationale would be one that aligns the threshold with current participation levels. By lowering that threshold ensures that we're aligned to participation levels of some of our smallest currently sanctioned sports. And as you see in the amendment on the second portion of it there, we've listed which are our current activities and sports that we offer right now and what those thresholds look like. So this would align better with what we currently have in place. And then it also increases the flexibility for schools across the state to try some things out for some of those smaller programs, to get some participations, to get a trial moving forward, to see if we can provide more opportunities for kids across the state. So as you look at that, those numbers are in there. We listed those in there. So the 15% reduces it to 62 schools, which would be equivalent to a 16-team berth state tournament if we were to go that way. And then dropping to 25 schools in that second year to put it as a sanctioned activity or sport would be about 105 schools. And again, we ran those numbers on the second page so you can see what we currently have in place. So that was the intent of this adjustment. Any questions?
Well, Casey, I don't think I hear any questions. So at this time that we have reached our, we've concluded the first 4 presentations, and we're going to move into our breakout rooms. First off, before we do that, a couple of things about the breakout rooms. I want to thank our district directors for moderating those discussions. So thank you all for moderating those discussions. Move through and really, hopefully you can generate your questions, generate some good discussion about each of these amendments moving forward. The breakout sessions will last approximately 20 minutes, and we will return to the General Assembly for a presentation from each moderator that summarizes the discussion on each, and then we will move on to the next set of amendments. Andy, do you want to jump on and give folks a quick instruction on how to get to the breakout rooms? I know your breakout rooms were assigned on the roll call. It said which breakout room each delegate and participant would be going to.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Breakout rooms are assigned 1 through 6. You can find that on the roll call sheet. You should be able to join each one of those breakout rooms. They are open now. if you have issues, we can push you into them as well. If there are proposed revisions to the amendment, we have a separate 7th breakout room that's set up for that so that you can have a private room coming out of the breakout session. So again, breakout rooms 1 through 6 in the roll call sheet. If you have any questions, we can help you in the main general session.
Okay, thanks, Andy. And let's have everyone in the bottom right corner leave to your breakout rooms. We'll see you in 20 minutes.
Hey, Andy, this is Tim Graham. I don't see a breakout room on my button on my screen, unfortunately.
This is Mark Thompson. I don't either. I click on leave and it just says leave meeting.
Don Bazzizo, same thing.
Same
Same here. Yep.
I think
Okay,
it's the same,
it's probably-
it's the same across the state.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it. 1 sec.
Thanks, Andy. I appreciate everybody's patience.
Hey, Don, I was up in beautiful Burlington yesterday.
All right, so everybody go ahead and see if that now, I just changed the settings, so see if that allowed you to see the breakout rooms.
It popped up and then went away.
Yep.
Screen says, please wait to be assigned.
Mine popped up
If
for
you
a
click
second.
on more, you can go to your
More
breakout
now.
room. If you click on more, you can find it. Just go to break. Oh, now it's not there.
No.
Well, Andy and Justin are working on that. Ryan, there is a link to the proposed amendments. If you go back to the roll call sheet at the very top, you'll see some links. They're small and in the first 4 lines of that, where you can click on the proposed amendments, the full text, as well as the summaries. And again, thanks for your patience. Looks like they're working to get that fixed.
Just lost it.
No, it popped up and then went away.
Andy, the breakout rooms ended after a minute.
Yeah, we're all back here.
Good to
They're
see
working
you,
on
gentlemen.
All right, all of the rooms have been reopened. You should now have that ability to go into your sessions, into your breakout rooms.
Andy, mine's still
No.
giving me the leave the meeting.
You guys hit the more, like on the bottom right, hit more, and then it says join breakout
Oh,
room.
got it.
There you go.
Andy, would I just pick a room? I'm not assigned, or am I? Oh.
One second, let me check for you.
All right, you're in 4.
Thank you.
Could somebody put me in one as well? This is Lori Oviet. I'm on a phone and it's not giving me the options.
Lori, you're in 3.
Thank you.
Nate Andrews is not assigned either. It says to join. Where should I go?
Nate, what district are you from?
3.
Breakout
Okay,
6.
I see it now. Thanks.
Andy, Bob Stanley, District 5. I missed the roll call sheet.
Bob, I'm putting you in room 4.
Copy that, thanks.
So can I just ask a couple questions about procedure? When we're done with this, do I go through and have each moderator give all 6 of them give a report? Like, what's the timeline on that? Should I try and set a context saying, 2-3 minutes or with that, and then all 6 of them?
Yeah, it would be great to give them the opportunity. We might want to start by asking, do any breakouts have any significant questions or comments that they would like to share? And ask the 6 moderators that way, and then as they're going, ask them to keep it to 3 to 5 minutes. Because if also that's 30 minutes just.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So maybe
it really should be focused on if they want changes at this point or clarification of the amendments is really the intent of those comments. They'll, over the next few months, have a chance to debate where they stand on and what they think. So it's really to focus on any potential changes to the amendments or clarification.
okay. And then is there anything, Mark, is there anything formally I need to do with each of these? So once we leave the breakout room, or do we do all that all at the end? So any proposed revisions are all at the end of each of the series of discussions?
Good question. I think it would be helpful if, when they report out, that perhaps the first thing that they could indicate is whether or not there are proposed wording changes. Does that make sense? I think so.
Share their comments, proposed wording changes.
And because, as Mick just said, the primary purpose of this is to see if there are any revisions.
Right. Okay. So I'll ask for that, and assuming there are none, then do we just then I'll let each of the moderators give just a brief summary of their discussion. And
sorry.
No, please.
Yeah, I think it's great to give a sense, we get a sense of the assembly that way and which direction people might be headed. But it does not need to be lengthy or exhaustive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, Paul, you might want to, after they start, ask them the next one, if you have any additional comments or anything that hasn't already been said, so we don't hear the same thing 6 times.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you. Certainly. I can do that. And then it's okay to move on to amendment number 6.
Yes.
Okay. With no, unless there is a change in wording, there's no need for to move anything forward. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you too.
I can send them an email.
Did somebody start a clock, by the way?
It's 8:35 when we join, so 8:55 should be our mark.
Thanks, Andy. Great. I'll be right back.
We can broadcast and drop a note into them when there's 5 minutes, so we can do that. Barnes, I'll give them a 10-minute warning if you're in your room there. I'll give them a 10-minute warning here in a second.
Sounds good. Thanks.
This happens to be a personal friend of mine. Call him, you can tell him.
Yeah. Morning, Todd. Open Winter Coalition.
Meeting, I won't call him now. Yeah, but you can call him and tell him that the board approved.
Oh, I just gave him a 5-minute warning if you're in your office, so 5-minute warning just went out.
Perfect, I'm here.
Want to show
Sorry, Paul, I just did a close for 1 minute. So they'll all be automatically brought back in 1 minute.
Perfect. Well, we'll get started. I'll wait until 8:55 pops up and we'll go. Okay, everybody, welcome back. It looks like the breakout room session just ended. So thank you all very much for your time there. At this time, I would like to ask any of the moderators if there are any editorial changes to any of the amendments, please. None from ours. None from breakout room 3. Thanks, Joe. I think hearing none, we'd have no No, we have no changes. Did we answer all of your questions? Did all of your questions get answered in the breakout session? Do any of the breakout rooms have additional questions for the presenters?
Breakout room 3 did not get to amendment number 4. Whoever the moderator was didn't manage the time quite as well as he should have.
We'll get it right next time, Mr. Moderator.
All
right.
Mr. Keller on his own, we did not get to 4 as well.
Oh, we have a question in the chat from Pat Russell. Pat, go ahead.
Yeah, are we going in order 1, 2? Is this on number 1 or so? I got a question about number 2 that kind of came up. The goal of this is catching up, and then after that, kind of going back to a 2-year cycle. Is that kind of the plan for looking at fees and whatnot?
Good question, Pat. Scott, do you care to chime in and answer?
Sure. I don't know that we've talked that far ahead necessarily. The finance committee does have a chance to start looking forward to, I know we've had a discussion about putting together a 10-year plan again, and what that might look like. So I think the answer to the question would be, this is going to get us to a balanced budget in the short term. And then we will work on what that looks like to balance our budget moving forward with some type of a 5 or 10-year plan that has to do with, this is a revenue situation. So looking at revenues and those types of things, which are a little bit unpredictable, as well as expenses.
Thank you.
We had a similar question in breakout 4. Just wondering if going forward, if those fees would be tied to like a cost of living adjustment, or so instead of school, here we are in 4 more years and there's a jump again, like, is there a way going forward where schools have a better idea? And I know, Scott, you said this is a starting point, which I completely get. But moving forward, is there a possibility or way to have a system where we can forecast a little bit better for districts that are paying the fees?
And I think my response would be the same, Josh. Yes. Putting together that plan would be something that says this is what our plan will be. I don't know if it would be cost of living, but that's an idea that we'll put in front of the discussion when we have this discussion as a finance committee.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks, Scott. Do we have any other questions on the first 4 amendments? All right, at this time, I'm going to just ask the breakout room moderators. You feel free to pass, not to add anything, but during your discussions, was there anything new, any new information that would benefit the assembly to hear?
I can talk for the second group. You want me just to go through each of the 4?
Just briefly, Mark, and thank you very much. Briefly, and if there's anything new, that would be great.
Okay, so a couple things that came up within our group for the First Amendment. It was asked if this was COVID driven from a standpoint of making changes. An annual change may be too long, so questioning whether or not there's some middle ground there of when that might when changes could be done, but a year might be too long. And then just the announcement of the changes, is there a better way and a more clear to make those sent out or communicated to the broader membership, was for Amendment 1. For Amendment 2, I'll say similar to what was already mentioned, any talk of a rotational system where tickets, fees, officials could be staggered, a concern of getting hit in multiple areas on the same year for schools where budgets are already tight. For Amendment 3, Group 2 thought that that was a great idea to have a small school voice with so many small schools in the state. Very supportive of that. And then finally, Amendment 4, a couple questions about have the numbers ever gotten so low that a sport is not any longer sanctioned by the association. So if it reaches a lower tier, I'm just going to use gymnastics for lack of a better one. If that reaches below 20%, is it no longer a sport? To some people, it felt like we're trying to push this through because of flag football that was not approved last year, and then concern again about costs of new sports when budgets are already tight, recognizing that they don't have to be added, but pressures from schools with that. So those were overriding things from group 2 for the 4 of those amendments.
Thanks, Mark. I appreciate the perspective and additional information. No, you do not have to, but any new information from the rest of the breakout groups? All right. Again, thank you all for our first round of amendment presentations. With that, I think we're going to move on to our next presentation, our next amendment. And that is High School Amendment number 6, presented by Jeff Lowell of the WIAA Executive Board. This amendment redefines the transfer period and process. At this time, are there any proposed revisions for the amendment? Hearing none, I will turn the floor over to Jeff Lowell. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you all for being here today. Amendment number 6 proposes an update within the framework of Rule 1812-2I, commonly known as the window of transfer. This update would change the period of varsity ineligibility one time for a student who transfers without a full family relocation, provided the transfer is not athletically motivated. Before diving into the details of the amendment language, the Transfer Committee would like to emphasize 2 critical points for your consideration and our committee's goals beyond this amendment cycle. 1 year ago, and again this morning, this body heard from Mick of the potential for state level legislative action that could influence or even override our existing eligibility rules. And while an amendment was proposed last year, action was postponed for a year to allow for a more thorough review of this issue, and that resulted in the formation and the work of the Transfer Committee. And additionally, over the past year, member schools have been made aware of an increase in eligibility-related legal disputes involving the association, and this trend places significant financial and administrative strain on the WI and distracts from our primary mission of fostering equitable competitive opportunities for all student athletes. Now, within the context of these 2 challenges, the committee also recognizes the ongoing need for thoughtful and regular evaluation of eligibility rules, including this amended language, and at minimum through the 2026-27 school year. And this extension will provide the committee with the necessary time to develop data-informed recommendations for adjustments to this rule and all other eligibility rules at the conclusion of both the 2025-26 and 26-27 school years. Regularly review eligibility data to analyze transfer trends and address emerging challenges faced by member schools across the state, and enhance implementation efforts and strengthen collaboration with WI member schools through education and communication, ensuring fairness and maintaining competitive integrity. So our work is not done, it's just beginning, and this continued effort will allow the association to maintain proactive in addressing transfer-related challenges while effectively supporting student athletes and schools statewide. Now, with that in mind, a short summary of the language in Amendment 6 in greater detail. The first thing to note is that there is the creation of a declaration of initial eligibility, athletic eligibility, upon transitioning from 8th to 9th grade. This means that the transition from 8th to 9th grade would no longer be considered a transfer. And this ensures consistent treatment for all students, regardless of the type of school attended. For example, a resident public school, a private school, an alternative program, or a public school outside a student's attendance area. Then, After establishing initial eligibility, students may transfer once during their high school years without a full family relocation between either grades 9 and 10, 10 and 11, or 11 and 12, provided the transfer is not athletically motivated. Now, transfers result in varsity ineligibility. Even during the window of transfer, these transfers result in varsity ineligibility for 40% of the contests in those sports at the school level or club or community equivalent the students played the previous year. And remember, that is actually the 12 months prior to the transfer. This provision is in place to deter athletically driven moves. And if somebody, so actually an easier way to say it is varsity ineligibility, this 40% varsity ineligibility cannot be appealed except through Rule 1813, the current documented hardship process. And so if that happens, accessing the hardship process means that a student forfeits access to the window of transfer and subjects the students to all provisions of the hardship process, including the 1 year, a 1 year period of varsity ineligibility. So student has to choose window of transfer or hardship process. Please note that recruitment and athletically motivated transfers are prohibited under current rules, and to ensure compliance and maintain the integrity of high school athletics, the language in Rule 1812.5 has been updated in this amendment also to clarify the consequences for students who transfer for athletic purposes, really specifically in this point, in this case, following a coach. And that is a 1 year varsity ineligibility period. And these rules are designed again to reinforce the WI's commitment to fairness and competitive equity. And we did want to make sure it was very, very clear that transferred students can still participate in sub-varsity sports for 1 year to ensure continued engagement in athletics. So again, the committee believes two key objectives are met by allowing a single transfer without a full family relocation, provided the transfer is not athletically motivated. Now, this amendment more closely aligns with broader state educational goals, including mastery-based learning and school choice laws. And the amendment balances flexibility and fairness for families and schools with updates that better reflect modern family dynamics. So these updates, along with extending the transfer committee's work through 26-27, ensures ongoing refinement of these important rules. And together, we can continue to prioritize equitable and transparent eligibility policies for the benefit of student athletes, families, and schools. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff, and thank you to the rest of the committee for all of your work. At this time, are there any questions from the delegation for Jeff? Johnny Lee.
Hi, Jeff.
Please.
I think this is the same question I kind of had earlier back in December. The $1 million and $10 question is, do we have a tracking system, or how are we going to track this situation when it comes to going from place A to B, change of last name? I've seen it all. You've probably seen it all. So just curious of how this tracking system is going to happen.
Yeah, so work is already underway, Johnny, with Final Forms. And I spent about 3 hours with Clay a couple of weeks ago to look at what they have done as a company to help Michigan and a couple other states develop a tracking system. And so that work is underway to tailor that work, or that particular structure that they have, that Final Forms has for Washington. And then really being able to tailor what we need to make sure that we can end up helping ADs track. So there is a system that is being worked on right now, and the goal is to automate a great deal of the eligibility process moving forward.
And then my second question to that situation is, will we have a definitive answer of the tracking system before we vote, or is this something that we have to kind of just vote and then hope that there's a system that gets in place?
I think it's fair to say to you, Johnny, my goal would be to make sure that before the voting period begins, we can give you an update as to where we are with that tracking system. Let's put it this way. I would say 80% of it getting rolled out, with the idea that we could continue to grow it. Everybody who has been part of Final Forms knows that we can get, we could probably turn something on tomorrow. My goal would be to get something out to make sure people understood where that was, the progress of that, well before the voting period.
Lance Moore, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey Jeff, can you just quickly reiterate, how many people are on the board, when you started, and about how many meetings you've had, just to show the time and so forth that's been part of the process?
Yeah, there are 23 people that are on this committee. So it's a mix of athletic directors. There is a school director. There is a superintendent. There is, Steve Bridge, risk management. There is Mike Schick from the Coaches Association. We have a wide variety of people, and we're taking feedback from all sorts of folks. Last week, we ended up, we ended our 19th meeting. So we have met 19 times since last March. To dig into this, and that doesn't take into account all the time in between meetings that people are spending trying to talk to folks and gather information and bring it back to the group. But 19 meetings, and the folks that are on that committee, I will publicly end up saying that I appreciate the work and the dedication that they've shown, and investing as much time and effort as they have to try and address this particular challenge.
Bob Swain, go ahead and unmute yourself.
All right. Hey, Jeff, you mentioned Final Forms. What about those districts that do not use the student side of Final Forms? They only use the coaches side for tracking.
There's a couple of ways that we're talking about it. One would be the use of rosters. And there was the school, for example, in the initial conversation that I had with Clay, there was a school that was having trouble with their particular company that they were using and couldn't get rosters moving and whatever. There's still a way for people to upload rosters into Final Forms, even if they're not and that's kind of the direction that we're looking at. There is a potential way to end up dealing with it that way.
Got it. Thanks.
Jeff, I'll just jump on there. Rob, there's multiple ways that we'll be able to approach that and solve that. If working with Final Forms already, most of Michigan is not customers of Final Forms, and so they have that solution already built in. So Michigan, that's part of the Michigan process, is that by being built through that already allows schools that are non-Final Forms customers to still be able to utilize the free tier side in order to be able to do the track piece. Johnny, follow-up question, go ahead.
Are we aware what system Michigan already uses and how they track their students? Obviously, you shared rosters, but how do they know which John Smith is the same John Smith from such and such high school? I'm just curious on, do we know that process?
We're talking about the idea of a unique identifier for the students there, and I believe that's what Michigan is doing right now, Johnny. And that, so then what would end up happening if, like the extreme example that you're talking about of people, using different names to enroll at different schools and everything else, there'd have to be a little bit of investigation to end up catching some of those things. But that's part of why the process would, our eligibility processes are put together the way they are, so that there is that initial review, and they would have to provide information about the last school they went to, and then we could end up, if once a database is put together like that, we'd be able to catch those things a lot easier. But a unique identifier is a simple question or a simple answer.
Yeah, hi, Jeff. Did the committee discuss the STEP program that was put forth by the Washington State Football Coaches Association?
We did. Yeah, we did, Matt. I'll say very publicly to this group also. I really do appreciate that letter, and really do appreciate the time and the thought that that was put in by them to approach that. One of the things that our committee has continued to do is to get some legal review of what we're talking about right now, and the phrase that I'm going to use is arbitrary and capricious. And the one thing that we've been told is if we end up giving the opportunity to some students but not others, that there may not be any defense should it get challenged. So, for example, if you weren't giving a senior an opportunity for this, and somebody took it to court, a judge very easily could end up saying that's an arbitrary and capricious decision to end up giving it to somebody but not to seniors. And so therefore, the committee ended up having to weigh that. But the thoughtfulness and the professionalism that went into that letter, I'm happy to come and talk to the football coaches also, the Football Coaches Association also. I really do appreciate it. That was one of the better letters that I've received about this particular issue in 10 months.
I don't see any additional questions in the breakout room. Before we leave this topic, are there any questions? One more opportunity. All right, that's a lot of information, Jeff, and thank you very much. Before we move to the breakout rooms, I apologize. Just I don't know if I explained this very well at the beginning, but we did jump over Amendment 5. So if you look at the agenda, the amendments are grouped really according to category, and so number 5 we'll address in session number 4. So apologize for not explaining that further. At this time, I think we will we'll give a minute to get to breakout rooms, because it doesn't look like they're available just yet.
They should be available now.
Oh, they are. They're up and ready now. So we will give 20 minutes for discussion on this one. So we will see you all back at 9:37 a.m. Hey, Mark. Just a quick question for you. I don't know if there would be, but when I asked at the end of this, if there are any revisions to this amendment, the process would be that we would need a motion and a second, and then I would turn the vocabulary of the amended part over to you to check for any changes.
Yes.
And then do we vote right there in the chat to get 60%?
You're not voting in the chat. There is a rep assembly tally, vote tally.
On the sheet?
It's on the roll call. It's been in the roll call. We have to dump.
It's not been dropped in yet.
We will drop that into the chat, but it's a Google sheet where they can vote.
Okay, I don't
or
see
just
it in
the
the roll
rep
call.
assembly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there are, because I know he had just reached out, there are some revisions on number 7. So
Revisions on number 7, so we will have to go through that process.
yes.
Okay. Okay. And then I'll make it clear that this is not by no means any approval of any amendment. It is only approving the change of wording.
Correct.
Anything else I need to be aware of?
So it finalizes the wording upon which they would be voting, showing the voting period.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I didn't go through one by one for 6 of the breakout folks. Hope that was okay. I want I do want good, valid discussion, but I also didn't want everybody to give really just a long synopsis. So hopefully that was okay. If I needed to change it, let me know.
I thought you handled that really well, and especially using the term new information really clarified how, information people already had as opposed to something new and nothing came forward.
Okay. All right.
7.
So do you anticipate a change to this one? Anybody?
Not at this time, we don't.
Yeah, at times I'd heard wording, like mention of changing the 40%, but nothing finalized, so.
Yep.
Well, in our last meeting, there wasn't anybody that came forward and said that there definitively that there would be a revision brought forward, but I would anticipate that there might be I would anticipate one, and then we can be pleasantly surprised if there's not. But I would anticipate having one based out of these conversations.
It's kind of why I wanted to ask the procedural questions before we got to this one, so thank you.
Thanks.
All right, and then Justin, thank you for your time warnings or your time reminders in the breakout rooms.
No problem. Trying.
All right, I'll be quiet.
I'm no Andy Barnes, but I'm trying.
Nobody is.
Trying to keep my talking to a minimum. My throat's on fire right now, so.
Hey, Paul,
You just
we,
brought it up.
some of these breakouts, I think Andy was going through it.
One of the kids.
If you give me a second, once we get out of the breakouts, I'll just, let
Kid went into fire science.
yourself.
They did this big to do.
Start
Film that I don't.
start next round.
They invited.
Justin, can you say that again?
And they.
Yeah, sorry. I said, when we did the last breakout, as people were coming out, I think Andy was individually muting people, but to make it easier, if I just, if you give it a couple of seconds after everybody comes out, I'll hit the mute all button to get everybody remuted.
Okay.
And then you can start and go, but it'll automatically mute you as well.
So
At
I'll
the start.
unmute. Okay, I was just watching the participants, the number of participants, and it went from like 60 up to 97 in a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
So, but yes, I will.
Yeah, with this auto closing, it should make it easier for us. And then I'll just hit the mute all when it gets to like 98 or whatever.
Okay. Sounds
you.
perfect.
Just a second warning. All right, so this gives them their 1 minute warning and they'll all be coming back in.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Again, thank you, discussion moderators, and thank you everyone for participating in that, what I'm sure was a very rich and healthy discussion. At this time, I will ask if there are any proposed revisions to Amendment 6. Moderators, if you would let me know if there are by indicating so in the chat. Okay, seeing none. Were there any additional questions for the presenter that came out of the breakout rooms? Please indicate so in the chat. All right, I even gave that one a few extra seconds because I can't believe there's not one question anywhere, but lots of questions about tracking, yeah. And those were addressed a little bit before. So at this time, I will open it up to the moderators or somebody from the group who really, if there's additional questions, insight, information that the assembly would be helpful to the assembly, open it up for comments based on your discussions. If anyone would care to report from our 6 breakout rooms.
Paul, this is Tim Graham from breakout number 4.
Hi, thanks, Tim.
Shattering ways to review this, but I log in. But for the most part, we would be in favor of moving forward on something like this.
Thanks for sharing, Tim. Does anyone else have questions, comments, insight from your breakout room discussions? New information that would be helpful.
I just think, I just think we need to really educate across the state, the athletic directors that, you know, the current transfer rules all are still there. This is just a rule that would apply to a transfer where the parents don't move. And so, you know, we default if somebody transfers during the middle of the school year to our old rules, and those still apply. And so just making sure we educate across the state.
Yeah, good points, Don. Thank you for that point of emphasis.
Paul, a lot of our discussion in our group was looking at change that may need to be made, and as well as being ahead of legislation telling us to do it, but being able to look at the revisions needed from our direction rather than coming from another direction.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And I think that's helpful for everyone to know and understand.
Real quick from group 3, I think to reiterate some of the things that were said already, but just continued questions about tracking and how that's going to work. The dilemma of the high stakes advocacy for a kid that you're going to say, go ahead and go through the eligibility appeal process and the costs of that. A lot of ADs think they may have a case for a hardship and then it goes to hearing and they don't. We talked about the utilization of the system and the tools that we've got in place, you know, that the WIA has spent great pains to put in place right now to assist our families and our athletic directors and getting the process streamlined and more efficient, and just continue to utilize those. We talked about the Utah model and how they've had 4 years of relative success and decreased litigation, and then the continued litigation and consequences, and whether this is going to address a family when you tell them no, are they going to take no, even under these new circumstances, or are they still going to litigate?
Yeah, and we did discuss also what is leading to the litigation. Sometimes it's just people that have the means. They don't like no for an answer and they'll just continue to push. Others could be because of due process or something else like that. So we discussed that as well.
Group 2 was similar. Just the importance of reiterate what Don had said just about the education piece of all the ADs and not only ADs, but just ADs, school people, as well as our families. Talked about the Utah model. There was some questions about if it was to be implemented this summer, like can a kid do spring football with school A, but then before August 1 go to school B? That's still in the summer timeframe. So there were a few questions about that, but those were and then a question of whether or not litigation costs and fees would actually go down or not, or and some of those were things that group 2 talked about.
Thanks, Mark.
most of the same stuff in group 5. Talked about the timeline of when it would start, the 40%, just a little bit of discussion. Is it too much, not enough? Questions about what will legislators try to implement, and discussion about, or explanation about the tribal bill that was proposed and hasn't gone through yet. How many legal disputes would this ultimately eliminate or limit? Questions about the summer timeline, and how does the eligibility committee feel about this? What was their perspective? So a little discussion about that. So most of the same stuff.
Thanks, Lance. Any other comments? Well, I appreciate all of the folks that summarized, and appreciate the input, the discussion, and really everything that's gone into that. So hearing no other discussion, we will move on to session 3, presentation of amendments. This is middle level and high school level amendment number 7, presented by David Vanderyacht, Superintendent of the Linden School District. Participation in girls' sports would be limited to biological females. At this time, are there any proposed revisions for this amendment?
Hi, Paul. I would like to make a motion to withdraw this amendment from voting.
Thanks, Lauren. We would need a second.
I second.
I second.
So it was, the motion was Cindy Lauren McDaniel, and I didn't catch who the second was.
I second it. Johnny Lee from Silas.
Thanks, Johnny. So, all right, at this time, we will need a vote to withdraw this motion. So can I turn it over to Mark? Or do we, let's see, I know that we're voting in I don't see the procedure to vote in the chat.
We got a first and second.
Yeah.
We have the first and second?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. And,
So now they have to vote.
yep. So now we need to take a vote.
It's been dropped into the chat for them to vote.
Okay, so we do need each of the delegates to vote in the chat.
Should there be discussion?
Yes, there's opportunity, there should be
Yes.
opportunity for discussion to present a rationale for why it would be withdrawn.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Pat. Open for discussion. Please put your questions, if you have a question or a comment, in the chat, and we will have Justin call on you. Any comments?
Sorry, I apologize. There's 3 people that put discussion in. If you have a question, so start with Brian Johnson. Do you have a question?
Well, I just was wondering if you were going to follow the parliamentary procedure. You usually ask for discussion after a motion and a second before going to vote. So my question is the why, I guess. Who can explain the why? I don't know if people are going to want to talk about that.
Lauren McDaniel?
Yeah, I can speak up to that. I made the motion to withdraw it because I believe that it currently violates state law. I don't believe that we should be asked as athletic directors to vote on something that currently violates state law.
Hey, Alec Vermeer, did you have a question?
I just was what provided was adequate for me. That's what I was just curious the reason.
Paul Kotzman, I assume that's the same for you as well?
Yeah, I was just curious as to what the rationale for withdrawal was and what the process would be. I understand the concerns about it violating current state law. I also understand that there's another side of the argument about being in compliance with federal law and also new interpretations of Title IX and equity on that front as well. So just thought we would have a further discussion on it before withdrawing an amendment.
Specifically, what RCW are we talking about that it violates? Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't have the number, but it would be the equity and inclusion one.
Mark, is your question to the RCW for the withdrawal, just for clarification?
I'm sorry I didn't put that in the chat. Yeah, that was my question. Because I've done a little research and I can't find it. I can find OSPI's interpretation of various state laws pertaining to equity in education, but I can't find any language.
I did a quick Google on this, and I think I found a link to it, but I'm not 100% sure it's correct. But take a look at that. I don't know if that's it or not.
Okay, while people are reviewing that, Cole Canner, you got a question?
My question is just, does this have to be voted on today, or can we wait and see how this goes before we start voting at when the actual voting period opens for each one of these amendments?
What are we talking about voting on?
The motion to withdraw, they do vote on.
Yeah, this is David Van Yacht, superintendent and the superintendent of the originating school. A couple of questions, happy to respond to other questions. First question would be, it was indicated to me that only the originating school could withdraw a proposal. The second thing is I understand the sensitivity and would request that this body be willing to listen and to hear some of the arguments and rationale for the proposal prior to making a decision whether or not to withdraw. I think there would be another opportunity for you to be able to do that later on. It looks like there has been a question around legal standing, and that is an important question. But I would not use it to avoid a discussion around a topic that is very sensitive, and would ask that the membership be willing to listen to the rationale as we move forward to try to create opportunities for young people to participate in sports. Like myself, many of you are going to be asked to have engaging conversations within your schools and communities with families who are caring for transgender student athletes and athletes with differences in sex development. I think it's important that you allow an opportunity for myself and representing a group of superintendents to share the rationale behind the amendment.
Is there an answer to my question, Justin?
I put the WAC out there. It's WAC 392-190-025.
I do think that we need to entertain Cole's situation, because Cole does make up a great point. We are allowing everyone to technically speak about these amendments. So we have a voting time that is in April, and maybe we should hear David out on his amendment and go from there.
This is Cindy, just to clarify two things. Any rep assembly delegate can propose to withdraw an amendment. It has to be seconded. It's not limited to the maker only. It can be done by any rep assembly delegate. Secondly, you will need to vote on that motion today. You can delay it until after you go into breakouts, the full presentation of the amendment and after breakouts, but it will need to be voted on today.
Point of clarification, Cindy, is it a simple majority on this motion or is it a super majority vote?
60%.
Thank you.
The procedure to withdraw is actually on that sheet that you have for amendment procedures, if you want to just look at that to verify.
So with that, is there any further discussion on the motion that has been made and seconded?
Paul, there is an additional question for Mark Young.
My question is if I'm representing my league in my vote, how am I supposed to vote when I don't know if that would be what my league or who I'm representing wants me to do?
Well, Mark, just point of clarification, we are not voting on the amendment itself. All we're doing is, well, for this one, we're voting on whether it stays on the ballot or not.
Okay, thank you.
So with no further discussion, do we, I think it's probably best if we hear the presentation of the amendment and vote after the breakout discussion rooms.
Actually, from a procedural standpoint, if there's been a motion and a second to withdraw, I don't know that there's a requirement that we be presented more information, especially when we've already received the information. I don't understand the purpose of a further discussion.
I would add, a number of you may not be familiar with Robert's rules or parliamentary process. There could also be amendments, additional amendments made to allow for the discussion, which would be my request.
Mark, little help on where to go with this?
When would we call for the vote?
So this amendment, as with all other amendment proposals, would have the opportunity for discussion in the breakout groups. I think the appropriate time for a motion to withdraw would be after that, once everyone's had a chance to hear out this amendment in the same way that we hear out all the other amendments. And then we would need, I understand that the motion to withdraw has already been made and seconded, but I would address it after the discussions have taken place. In other words, we would take a vote after the discussions have taken place.
Well, a discussion was opened and did take place from my watching what's happening. Again, if the presentation is not a discussion, if somebody wants to discuss via a presentation of some sort, that would be part of the discussion itself. I don't see a presentation being added.
Sorry, let me rephrase that. Presentation was probably not my best choice of words. For discussion in the breakouts, that's what I'm saying, is that every amendment has that opportunity. And so I would suggest hearing nothing else at this point, that now would be the time to go to the breakout.
Hey, David, is that the first, correct?
I'm sorry, I apologize. They have not had a chance to present yet. I missed that. The makers of the amendment have the chance to present right now.
So it is appropriate for the maker of the amendment to present at this time?
Yes.
All right, David, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Well, thank you. I do recognize the sensitivity of this topic, and I appreciate the opportunity to present. Again, my name is David Vanderyacht, Superintendent of the Linden School District. Linden is located just north of Bellingham and borders Canada. We are a one high school district competing in the 2A classification. I grew up in Washington, raised by a single mom. Like many of you, benefited greatly from opportunities offered by school sports and governed by WIAA. My wife Vonda competed as a Linden Christian successful girls basketball program, while I was a 4-year 3-sport athlete at Linden. Together, we've raised 3 involved kids. Our youngest daughter was a competitive high school and collegiate tennis athlete. So I want to begin with a message of appreciation to the athletic directors and leaders on this call. Thank you for the work you do day in and day out to provide fair and safe and inclusive opportunities for students of Washington. The work you do matters. I want to begin my time with a heartfelt thank you. Our families and communities are stronger because of your work. Gender identity participation in high school sports is a complicated and very sensitive topic. It's multifaceted. It requires us to understand biological and social factors. The debate and discussion often hinges on the balance between inclusion and fairness in athletic competition. Sensitivity requiring empathy and understanding is warranted due to the small, vulnerable population of our gender diverse students. Some background and context. As mentioned, Linden competes in the 2A division. On the Friday night, prior to the 2A state championship, 2A state track and field championship this past May, I received a phone call from our high school principal sharing that Linden has a student athlete that is participating in the girls 400-meter final. It is likely, he stated that it is likely the final will be won by a transgender female student athlete. There is energy among families and at the track meet. He also added to the complexity that it is that Linden and the school for which the student athlete competes are both in line for potential state championships. Saturday's event occurred, and as was anticipated, the transgender female athlete won the race, earning 10 points for her team score, which that school eventually went on and won the 2A track and field girls state championship. Linden claimed 3rd place. Energy surfaced among our parents and student athletes and citizens. The elected officials, our school board, received testimony, was dignified. It understood the sensitivity of it. Most of the testimony focused on the argument that there are biological differences between males and females. Those differences aren't better than others, but what does happen in sports is that male biology results in a physiological advantage many times. If we are going to continue to place a value on sex-separated sports intended to provide fair and equal opportunity for girl athletes, which I believe is the original intent of Title IX, then this topic deserves our discussion. Sadly, it's taking place at a time in which the national rhetoric creates harm for our most vulnerable population. On June 20th, the school board passed a resolution directing me to work within WIA's amendment process. Clear within the resolution was the board's intent of maintaining opportunities for all student athletes. while protecting the integrity of girls' sports. I began doing research on what other states were doing. I reached out to colleagues from across the state, and in September began meeting with a group of superintendents that eventually resulted in the amendment that is before you. So in WIA's handbook 18.16.0 gender identity participation, the proposal is that all students are encouraged to participate in WIA athletics or activities. All student athletes, regardless of sex, gender identity, or gender expression, who meet eligibility criteria are allowed to participate in the boys open category. However, in order to maintain fair and equitable competition, participation in the girls category is limited to students whose biological sex is female, as defined in Appendix 6. Gone on to list the sports and the categories in which they would reside. The boys open category would be baseball, basketball, cheerleading, cross country, dance drill, football, golf, soccer, swimming, diving, tennis, track and field, and wrestling. That is the first category. The second category, and there's a 2-category proposal, is a girls category: girls basketball, girls bowling, girls cross country, girls golf, girls gymnastics, girls soccer, girls fast pitch softball, girls slow pitch, girls swimming, diving, girls tennis, girls track and field, girls volleyball, and girls wrestling. We have a responsibility in education, and I think this group probably shares my position that we want all of our student athletes to benefit from being in community with other students, and sports and activities is an exceptional vehicle for that to happen. We want our transgender athletes, students, to be accepted by their peer groups, to be welcomed into their peer groups. We have a responsibility to create those environments in our schools, and we must be committed to supporting those students. I've had the pleasure of supporting both transgender student athletes and student athletes with differences in sex development participate in Linden Athletics. It's more than just the guidelines that we have. We have to be committed to interacting and engaging with these families personally. It may be a little bit of a too strong of an ask for athletic directors, wherever the size of your district is, but you have to create structures within your school to be able to make sure there are supports in place. My heart was broken watching a transgender female athlete win a state championship among her peers and then stand on a podium in which her peers did not accept her. They stood silently while they clapped for their other peers. We're in an environment that we need to protect our transgender student athletes. WIA is not able to implement amendment or handbook proposals that would not align with state of Washington laws, the laws of the state, guidelines of the state, and also the federal laws. There's a lot of fluidity within those laws right now. I would think it would be important for this body to engage in these discussions in their community, not shy away from them, so that our student athletes can be protected. If we are not willing to have these discussions, those discussions are going to be had in spite of us. And what we're seeing is they're not the same when they're not involving educators who understand what children are going through. And so I would recommend that this group work toward a vote and that WIA make a statement that it would implement changes if and when it aligns with laws that would allow it. Happy to answer any questions, receive any comments. This has been a very involved journey, and I want to assure people on this call that anyone who's reached out to me as a strong advocate, either end. I've taken the time and met with them. I've learned and grown. And would be happy to respond to any questions. I am also in one of the breakout groups, and know that those may be a place where some more open conversation can take place.
Okay, at this point, we will open it up for questions on amendment proposal number 7. We will vote. We know there's a motion and a second on the floor. We will vote on that after the question will be called after the breakout rooms. So at this point, are there any questions for David? Please put your name in the chat if you do.
All right, Davis, question? All right, if you can unmute yourself, question?
There we go. Thank you. I appreciate that. And David, thank you for that presentation. This is a tough discussion, a tough topic. And I know it's hard for your community and your families to go through that. So I really appreciate you not only sharing the perspective, but also the experience. We're in a space right now where it's difficult to really maneuver through these topics. And so I just wanted to not so much as pose a question, but just say thank you for presenting that, because this is difficult.
Tara, that means a lot coming from you. I appreciate that.
All right, thanks, Tara. Thanks, David. One more opportunity for question.
I will add, when we started meeting as a superintendent group, there were 21 of us on the original call. It ended up that there were 13 other school districts that signed on. You know, many people like to characterize groups that are kind of engaged in this work in certain ways, and one of the descriptions is rural. And I know there are some connotations associated with that, and I just want to defend a little bit of rural. There can be a more narrow perspective of thinking, but also athletics becomes really important in rural communities. I think the WA probably recognizes that at its state tournaments with rural communities and the attendance at those events. So I just wanted to share a thanks to Steve Quick with Okanagan and other superintendents who's been working on this alongside of me.
Okay, Aaron, question?
Just a question, not necessarily about the amendment, but Dave, you said at the start of this that somebody had led you to believe that you were the only person that could make a motion or remove this amendment from consideration. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you remember where that came from?
I don't. WIA leadership has been very helpful. I've been involved with them through the way. Been very transparent. I felt they were transparent with me. They may have known this was going to come, this motion to withdraw. It was not shared with me. And again, I read it somewhere, and it probably was in some of those exchanges with WIA leadership.
Is that the case, or is that not the case, WIA leadership?
So this is Cindy. Yes, David and I and Mick have had several conversations, emails, phone calls. It's unfortunate that's he thought only a presenter or maker of amendment could withdraw it, because that is in the amendment procedures, that it can be presented by anybody on the representative assembly can make a motion to withdraw. So that's something that has been in the amendment procedures for a number of years. Frankly, none of us anticipated this coming, so we didn't actually go over that process, but it's always been on the sheet that includes all the amendment procedures.
Yeah, thank you, Cindy. And again, I may have misunderstood or misconstrued. I don't think anyone was intentionally misleading me.
Warren Sandhoff, question?
When David spoke, he alluded to that the amendment, if it passed, could allow for implementation if and when our state laws change. Is that true? And if so, what would have to be in the amendment to make that clarifying versus, I guess it's written that all amendments would take effect on August 1st unless otherwise noted.
Yeah, in review with our legal team, their recommendation is the association would not implement anything that they deem to be unlawful for a variety of reasons. If an amendment was passed and not implemented because at the time of August 1st, it wasn't deemed to be legal, it would be still available for implementation when and if it became legal. So I don't know if that fully answers your question, Lauren, but essentially if this amendment was deemed to not be in compliance with the Washington Law Against Discrimination or any other RCWs related to public schools specifically, and it was passed, when and if it was legal, then the board would have the ability with the current rules to implement at that time, according to the most recent legal review.
And Mick, it was under my understanding that it was a recommendation by legal team to allow the amendments to play out through this process so that that particular thing could happen if in fact it does.
They felt that it would allow for the best opportunity if that was the will of the membership to implement.
Recognize that there has been fear of among athletic directors, and I think I hear from superintendents too, that somehow by supporting an amendment that there would be some legal liability toward themselves or their school districts, and the fears of that. We've worked with our legal counsel to ensure that that is not the case. And so again, we delegate authority to the WIA and would follow the rules and the guidelines that the WIA implements.
Are there any further questions for David? Okay. Thank you, David. Thank you to all who navigated your way through that. At this time, with no further questions on proposed amendment number 7, we'll move on to proposed amendment number 8, middle level high school level number 8, presented by Russ Waterman, athletic director from Eastmont High School. Athletic programs would be offered separately for boys, girls, and an open division for all interested students. At this point, I will ask if there are any proposed revisions to this amendment.
Hi, Paul. I'd like to make a motion to withdraw.
So I think, John, what I've learned is a motion to withdraw needs to come after discussion. So can I accept that motion after discussion?
You got it.
Is that correct, parliamentary procedure, Mark?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to make the make an error twice. So thank you. We will revisit that. But at this point, are there any proposed revisions? Hearing none, I will turn the floor over to Russ Waterman.
Thank you, Paul. Rep Assembly, I'd have to say that David did a great job of expanding on the current issue that's going on across our country and in Washington State. I'm not going to belabor the facts that he has already presented and review those. They are similar to this amendment that comes forward on behalf of the Eastmont School Board of Directors and our superintendent. Unfortunately, our superintendent retired due to some family issues. And as we all know, AD stands for another duty. So it fell onto my desk to present here today. So I will do the best I can. The difference between Amendment 7 and Amendment 8 is that the Eastmont School Board is proposing that there is an open category for those that are going to compete outside of their assigned gender, in accordance to what our appendixes are in our current handbook. So that would mean that a transgender boy would compete in an open division, a transgender girl would compete in an open division. So that's the difference between those two amendments. The rationale, again, for the amendment, David eloquently said, again, I'm not going to rehash that for this group. I think it was a healthy and robust discussion that happened with the membership, and that is the end of my presentation.
Okay, are there any questions for Russ?
I have one question. Do we know how many transgender athletes we have in the state of Washington?
That is not a demographic that is, we don't track demographics, so we do not.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, I do believe that we are almost ready to go into discussion. Although, did I hear correctly about a proposed revision on number 7? Cindy, can you clarify?
Yes, the part that's highlighted in yellow in the full text of the amendments is a proposed revision to the amendment. There does need to be a motion and a second to accept the revision prior to going in breakouts, so that in the discussion, you know exactly what you're covering in there. Again, you're not voting on whether you support the amendment, but just support the proposed revised language to clarify.
Revised language was submitted by the
And that proposed revision was submitted by Mr. Vander Yacht, the maker, original submitter of the amendment.
Today we have a motion to accept by Sam Corsland in the chat, and a second by Jeff James.
Okay, so it looks like we have a motion to accept the revised language on amendment number 7 that has been seconded. Any further discussion on the revisions in the amendment?
I need to rule on whether or not it changes the intent, and it does not.
Thank you, Mark. All right, so if I'm correct, this, Cindy, we do vote on it this time before we go into discussion?
Correct.
So hearing no further question or no further discussion, I will call for the question, and at this time open voting in the Google sheet that is available in the chat. So you'll see proposed revised language to middle level number 7. I will offer a opportunity to vote there, so please do go into the sheet and vote. And again, procedurally, after this, we will enter into discussion. We'll have feedback, and then we will act on the motion to withdraw, and then revisit any other motions at that time.
Real quick point of clarity. Sorry to interrupt. Some of us were in breakout rooms, so I don't know what we're voting on. We just got back.
We are voting on the proposed There was a revision to the proposal that was originally put out, a revision to number 7. It is highlighted in the full text of the amendment summaries. So before we enter into discussion, we need to vote on the revised language that's in the text. So we're not making a vote on anything other than the revision. I think we still need about a third of you to go in and vote on the proposal.
Okay.
All we're past the needed votes, the yes votes.
Okay, so we are now past.
Sorry, we would still appreciate everybody to cast their vote, but we are past the yes vote.
Okay, thanks, Justin. So after you have cast your vote, please feel free to move into the breakout rooms if they are available. And it looks like the breakout rooms are available. So thank you all for your time on that. And we will resume in about 20 minutes. We'll resume at 10:46. Thank you.
Hey, Paul.
Yes, sir.
Hey, is the purpose of this to decide whether or not to move the amendment forward or not?
I think that can be part of the discussion, certainly.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, moderators. Well, that could have gone a little smoother.
Keep the discussion.
Hang on a sec, Paul.
Okay.
No, sorry, you're not. He's asking questions.
So
I didn't ask any questions. I just said that could have gone a little smoother.
No, that's fine. I mean, it's a honest and open discussion, and that's the intent of this process. So that's just the way it is. I mean, that's what happens. And so appreciate you heading that off. We're going to discuss real quickly instructions to give coming out about finishing the discussion and then taking action on the one motion that was brought forward. And then the second one that appears to be coming, and then voting on that. So give us just a minute. We'll give you a call.
Sounds great.
Okay, thanks.
So we thought it,
Paul, just a reminder, I'll mute everybody on their return, and then we can start.
Okay, welcome back, everybody, and thank you for your time and discussion. Just, I think for clarity, I'm going to kind of outline the steps that we're going to take during this open session. So before we get into anything, the first thing I'll do is ask for a report back from the breakout groups, a brief report, any new information, knowing full well that we have a motion and a second on the floor. So once we have our reports back from our breakout rooms, then we will address the motion on the floor and then open it up for any additional motions for anything else. So at this time, I will ask for any feedback. Please put your name, any questions, anything you wish to share from your breakout rooms. Put your name in the chat, and I'll have Justin moderate that. So at this point, any feedback from our breakout rooms?
Comment.
We, in our discussion, considering the new language for Amendment 7, wondering if there would be any willingness to maybe combine the two amendments into a one amendment at some point.
This week too.
That would be up to David Vanderyacht and Russ Waterman to make that determination.
Yeah, I understand that. I just threw it out
Yeah.
there as a comment. So, yep. Thanks, Cindy.
Mark DeYoung, group number 2.
Just expressing some things from our group. Just a concern about, this isn't pointing the finger at anybody, but concern about the process from a standpoint of who's allowed to withdraw an amendment. Just would have liked to have some clarity. Some people were taken a little bit off guard by that. It was voiced that I think it's important to let the process play out. And then the third thing in our group was Sean Cassidy had a really good question about the original transgender rules. And so if Sean could maybe be okay for him to ask that I think it would be appropriate at this time.
My question is around historical background, and if someone could share on transgender athletics about what kind of precedent or legal case set up our current practice in Washington State, just to kind of help everybody understand the situation. Thanks.
Yeah, our understanding is when the Washington Law Against Discrimination was brought in, that the guidance put forth by OSPI and from the state was students being allowed to compete as they identify. And so that rule has, in law, as far as we know, has had very little modification to it over the years. The current Washington Law Against Discrimination speaks specifically to gender identity within it, and there's some RCWs specific to schools. So that's really the extent of the history that I'm aware of in this, Justin. The toolkit has some detail to it that you may want to reference as well.
Okay, Paul Coxon, group number 3.
Yeah, far-ranging discussion and debate. I would say there wasn't a lot of consensus as to what to do next, from whether the amendment should be put forth for a vote, whether it should be withdrawn, whether it should be tabled. I think there were comments and support for all of those. Some issues were taking something that may be against the WAC back to a district or a league to vote on. There was some discussion on what the WAC actually means and the discussion around gender versus sex, the federal cases that are pending in Connecticut and elsewhere, the Title IX interpretation and possible change to it. There was discussion on allowing the process to go forward and seeing how the membership vote, understanding that the WIA will not enact any amendment or any rule change that is in violation of state law. It's a very difficult issue. It's a very, very contentious issue, not just in the state of Washington, but throughout the country. There was discussion on what the open division would mean for amendment number 8 and how it would be difficult for teams to qualify and enough teams to generate a state tournament. I think that was about it.
Okay, John Applegate, group 4.
Some of the similar things Paul just mentioned were in group 4. We did have the privilege of having David join us in our breakout, and was answered some questions and really thoughtful answers and a little more detail of the process. So a lot of the same things that Paul said were part of our discussion, but I just wanted to make sure I recognized David and thanked him in front of this group for broadening our discussion within our group. I thought that was really helpful.
Thank you, John, and thank you to everyone, Paul, Mark, Don, for your comments and insights, sharing your group discussions. Is there anything else that of note that people wish to share? Looks like Suzanne has a question. So Suzanne, go ahead and unmute yourself and answer.
Since the rep assembly vote is a representative of our league, is tabling this vote an option?
Yes. We had quite a discussion. Cindy and I were comparing notes on if we can think of a time when an amendment proposal was tabled. And I can think of a really important one that was in the early 90s, which was diversity. And to make a very long story short, it ended up requiring diversity action to be taken by some districts more so than others. So I promised Mike Colbreeze that I would work on something for the next year. And so we tabled that initial amendment. So the topic was still live, essentially. And a year later, what I wrote was what's goal number 10 in the handbook: to encourage and promote the diversity of its membership at all levels of the association. Boom. I'm really glad that you mentioned the tabling, because I think that we get so focused on these amendments part of this process sometimes reveals that we're not there yet in an amendment. And that's a time you can either withdraw and redo the whole thing, you can table, either one. You can always come back next year with this feedback. I will say that most of the time in my 21 years in the Rep Assembly, which were 86 to 2006, if anyone got more information, understood their amendment was not as strong as they wanted it to be, almost always they still submitted it for consideration to the Assembly because they wanted to know, was it 0 to 35 or was it 17 to 18? In other words, they wanted to get a sense of the Assembly. So yes, an amendment can be tabled, amendment can be withdrawn. And if I may say, and tabling, an excellent example here is the question, can these two be combined? Does a group want to get together and work on that over the course of the next year? At the same time, the people who have submitted 7 and 8 may well want a reading on it from the Assembly. And in that case, they would vote not to withdraw.
Since this Bob Stanley from Davis High School, I was going to make a motion to table, but I'm not on Rep Assembly. I'm a guest here, so I'm gonna just my thought is if they're gonna call for a question, have the Rep Assembly members vote to remove an amendment. I think that maybe these representatives need to be heard from their districts and leagues if they're going to vote in a certain direction. So maybe I'm encouraging someone to table this thing.
Hey, can I jump in on Bob's encouragement?
Go ahead, John.
I would move to amend the motion to withdraw to motion to table and apply the same motion to Amendment 8.
I second Johnny Ellis.
So we have an amendment or a motion to amend the motion on the floor, and it has been seconded. Before I open it for discussion, I'm just going to double check with our parliamentarian and make sure we're following the correct procedure to open it up for discussion. Mark?
Is this number 7?
We can focus on 7 first.
7 first.
Should we keep them separate?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll stick to 7 and then we'll move to 8. You okay with that, John?
Yep, absolutely.
Seconders, you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. I will open it up for discussion then. Anyone, looks like Shane has a question. Thanks for putting that in there. Shane, we'll go to your question first, and then I'll turn it over to Justin to facilitate the discussion on the amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the motion.
I know Suzanne had put in there clarification. Suzanne, was your clarification not necessarily table the amendments to next year, but table the vote until clarification could be made? Is that what you were asking?
That is my question. What does tabling mean? My thought was we're tabling until we get a chance to go back and talk with our league. Are we tabling this until next Rep Assembly, next amendment cycle?
That wasn't my comment, so I'm waiting for Suzanne's clarification.
I will clarify from my intent on my amendment would be to table it for the next year vote. As Mark alluded to from the examples before.
And that was my comment. Part of the transfer committee, we were put together, and Jeff mentioned this in his presentation of Amendment 6, that an amendment was put forward that clearly wouldn't have been a very thought out and clean amendment for transfer, and the amendment was tabled so that a lot of work could be put into making it what was a clear and understandable amendment. I think that John's amendment to table this for more clarity as we move forward in this year. Someone had already mentioned it. It doesn't make sense to vote on something that could not be implemented if law does not allow it to be implemented. Why would we vote on something if it can't even be implemented? So I think it's important for us to really pay attention to legislature, both federal and state, and see, you know, where this leads. Just a comment.
Hey, just for clarification purposes, folks, my intent to nudge someone to make that motion was not to move it to the next year. I was just talking about the vote to remove it from this discussion. I mean, remove it from this year's amendments.
Okay.
So John, we would need, first of all, there's a motion on the floor, and that's to withdraw number 7, okay? So what we would need is the people who made that motion to withdraw the motion, to withdraw the amendment, and then you could make a motion for us to table number 7 and 8, as I understand it.
Just 7.
Just 7?
So
Sorry,
far, just 7.
So far, just 7. We don't have a motion on the floor for 8. Thank you.
So who made the original motion? Lauren.
I made the original motion, and I will amend my original motion to table amendment 7 and 8 to gather more information and to suggest putting it back on next year. So tabling it for a year, similar to the transfer committee work that was done.
Right, thank you.
Who second?
Lee. Johnny.
I'll second that.
Okay. He was the original one too.
So now Paul can continue running the.
So we would proceed with discussion, and then we'd have a vote.
And so the discussion is on, so the motion to withdraw the amendment is no longer on the table. We are now discussing tabling the motion. And it looks like we have a couple of questions in the chat. So I'm going to let Justin facilitate that.
So David Vanderyacht, if you want to comment.
Yeah, just a couple comments. First, I wonder a question about the tabling of the transfer language. When along that process did that happen? I do have a concern about withdrawing and tabling the proposed amendments prior to the April Representative Assembly. We're asking athletic directors to pull something, to vote on pulling something that they do not have an opportunity to process with their leagues that they're representing. And so my request or comment would be consideration of allowing the process to run, because the General Assembly will have an opportunity to make amendments. My assumption is there may be another opportunity to either table or just strike down through vote the proposed amendment. So question there: when did the transfer one get tabled? And just a comment about recommending that we not put our representative athletic directors in a position to pull an amendment prior to the opportunity.
So David, I can answer the question. Last year, the transfer amendment was tabled at this meeting. And in lieu of that, there was a committee formed. As far as process from here on out, you talked about amending amendments. I'm gonna let Mark speak to that as a parliamentarian.
And I need to check something. And the representative can. Sorry. Okay. I was just checking with Assembly. One of its powers is to direct the executive board to create a committee. And so that's an option that this assembly has. I just want to make sure that everyone knows that that option is available. On the language, either direct or request.
Justin, it looks like we have a few more folks in the chat. I'm not sure where you left off.
Yeah, so Eric, start, if you want to unmute yourself, comment, question.
Yeah, I kind of have, I don't know if it's one or two questions or just as the discussions evolved, to the comment about passing something that's illegal. The social studies teacher in me just looks at history. That's how things change. And, you know, getting heard in a court process or whatever. I mean, just this discussion, I've been educated a lot. I've been approached by a lot of people just knowing that this discussion was happening today. And I don't think it's easy, but change is never easy. And so I think, you know, we just have the process go. Then the second question I have in this discussion is today the last chance in the process to vote to table? Because I've been involved with this before and things have been voted down in April. And then the things that were just discussed, the WIA thought, well, it was a really good issue and they created a committee and they looked into it. So if the thing is that I feel like it's been really healthy that we are having these discussions, even though this is a very difficult topic right now. It's very popular right now, but I just don't, I guess for me, it's been enlightening and I don't want to just push that aside because it's uncomfortable. That's how our country has grown and we're not perfect. So I guess the social studies teacher in me just wants to know if we table it, can we table it later or can we just keep going through the process? Because, you know, people want to table it. They're going to vote no in April. That's tabling it as well. And it can be resubmitted next year. So I'm not sure what we gain other than maybe just not having some of the hard conversations right now. That's been so far for me has been very good and enlightening, and just to feel where people are in my area on things and think about things that I've never even thought of before.
Okay, Tom Royce, question. Tom, if you can unmute yourself, a question.
Yeah, I just didn't understand the difference between removing it and tabling it because it does exactly the same thing. Why do we have to change them?
You're correct that it has the same effect. But the withdrawal essentially means that you're starting over with a new proposal next year, while tabling means that it remains vibrant. That it's a topic that's still alive and it's for continued discussion. I think your question in terms of timing is correct, that there's not another rep assembly meeting between now and the voting period. That's accurate.
Exactly. Question.
Yeah, my question is on the voting of it. If it is, not something that the state of Washington approves currently, what happens in 8 months if Washington State does approve something where they would allow or make it so that this topic was legal? And so my question is in the past, has there been anything where the WIA has voted yes on, but it was illegal in the eyes of the state of Washington, but at some point the eyes of Washington changed and then we implemented what was voted on? Or vice versa, I guess.
Yeah, we are not aware of something that was voted in that could not be implemented due to a perceived violation of state law.
Has the state of Washington said you can't do A anymore, and us as the WIA has then changed our handbook in reaction to that without, rep assembly approval?
Yeah. I don't know. I'd be afraid to speculate this far, not to be sly. I'm not sure. Concussion may be one of those areas that but I'm not sure the details of how that was implemented. So.
The information that's currently in the handbook came through the state legislature regarding the use of steroids. So that's how that got in there. Without rep assembly action. But that's a legal process.
Okay, David Vandriot, another comment?
You don't have lots to say, but no, that was a repeat. I thought we were moving on. Again, reiterating, I think it's important that the governing body of WIA be willing to have these discussions with in their community. I think those that were in breakout room 4, hear this in Eric Stark's voice as well. We need to have this discussion in order to protect transgender student athletes and protect integrity of girls' sports. If we don't have it, it's going to be had anyway. And it's not going to be done by educators who have the interests of students at their heart.
Attic, question?
Yeah, I understood in the idea of tabling to be going back to our league so we could have that conversation and then have a vote, within a few weeks or a month or something like that. Is that timeline feasible so that it could be tabled and then brought to a question? And then before the voting in a couple of months, or would that be a next year thing?
I've been giving this question a little bit more thought here. Withdrawal means you're starting over. It means you're starting with a new amendment form next year and going through the whole amendment process. Tabling also takes some time, and this also would carry over into next year. Tabling means it will not be voted on in April. But the idea is that you then already have these working documents, which are the proposals this year, Amendment 7 and 8, and those form your launching pad, that's your jumping off point. Coming back to it some months later, say if there is a committee that's looking at them, they may say we're starting over completely. Once it's tabled, it can also, what it does is it preserves an option for you to continue considering these amendments over more than 1 year. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
But if you're a rep assembly member that doesn't want this to be tabled and or removed, you would just vote this motion down.
Yes, you would. Because this vote is not a vote on the topic. The vote is on whether or not this will be heard in April. Excuse me, what this will be voted on in April.
All right, Paul Kosman, transfer rule amendment tabling question.
Yeah, and just to comment, I appreciate Eric bringing on up that uncomfortable discussions and uncomfortable questions are oftentimes the only way we lead, or only ways that lead to change for good. And the transfer and also the tabling versus withdrawing, I believe those are both the same thing in this, that it'll end further discussion that needs to be had on these two amendments with our respective communities and leagues and districts. Then the question I had regarding the transfer rule amendment and the tabling is, when that happened, did the originators of the amendment agree to table it and refer it to committee, or was that done by this body regardless of their opinion?
Yeah, as I recall, the originators of it were the board, and a committee was formed in response. I see Jeff has a hand up. Maybe he has better recall.
So, Paul, last year I presented the transfer amendment, and during the presentation of the transfer amendment, I actually made the motion to withdraw the amendment and instead have the representative assembly put the committee together to study it with the idea that we would bring an amendment forward this year. So it was, because it was the executive board, it was actually during that presentation where that ended up happening. Does that answer your question?
That does, and it makes perfect sense. And I think that's kind of an internal decision to table withdraw the amendment, whereas this one is coming from external forces that want to limit the discussion or eliminate the discussion before it even takes place. Is that correct in my assumption? Or a characterization of how things happen? The executive board and yourself were fine with the tabling of the amendment, referring it to committee?
If we're talking specifically about last year, there was, yes, if I remember correctly, there was a discussion at the executive board level. Part of what we heard leading up to this particular meeting a year ago was a great deal of concern about the amendment that was put forward in October of 23, and there wasn't a great deal of support. So instead of what we would consider to be lost time of arguing about something that didn't seem to have a whole lot of traction to pass, then we made the decision to be proactive and say this is what we would end up doing. In many ways, I would see this as today's situation is something a little bit different. I don't think this is, from what I've been listening, I don't believe that the motion here is intended to stop discussion, but instead, rather than put forward an amendment that may or may not do what it isn't, the intention is to do, especially with all of the, I would say, uncertain legal activity in the courts and in the legislatures, both federal and state, that if a similar thing could end up taking place, we do have a gender identity committee. If that gender identity committee is expanded, multiple perspectives being at the table to discuss what's going on, actually see what legal changes ended up taking place. Could a better solution end up coming forward a year from now, right? I think that's what the intent of it is right now. That's at least that's the way I'm hearing the discussion.
And I don't disagree with that at all. I would just add that, to understand the intent of this body and the rep assembly and our role within this entire state is not to, squash or kill debate before it takes place. It's to go and figure out how this body wants to vote on an issue. By taking it off the table, we don't have that ability. We don't have that ability to voice our support or opposition to issues. You're just removing it from consideration without continued discussion. So I would hesitate to table or withdraw any amendment.
Okay, Kyle Kimball, question.
Yeah, this kind of piggybacks on what Jeff had to say. I want to know, when you made your refer to committee last year, Jeff, how did you determine how the committee would be selected? Or did you defer that to rep assembly members or the WIAA board? How did you determine how that committee was selected?
If I remember correctly, it was actually a number of different conversations. One, and really was done by the staff. The staff ended up, working with each of the district directors to determine representation. There was actually an application, kind of an application process. People could express interest in being there. And if I remember right, before this meeting was over a year ago, there was, I don't know, let's say 10 people that had said, make sure I'm on that committee. So, and then as I was chairing the committee, I do know my conversations with Mick as those names were coming forward was there were some discussions about continuing to expand. As people were interested to make sure that there was a widespread representation on the committee to make sure that they're all voices or all constituents actually had kind of a voice at the table there.
How many were what was the final number of the members?
23. There's 23 that we have on the committee right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Lauren McGay, your question?
Yeah, thank you. It was placed in the chat, a comment about the superintendent advisory board and school board advisory board being allowed to table these two amendments or their vote on that. And I was just wondering if somebody from WIA could make a comment or answer if that actually did take place and the rationale behind that.
Yeah, they wanted to wait for the advisory vote until they saw what the final form of the amendments were. So similar to today with the revisions being made to number 7, they wanted to vote on it once they saw the final determination of what the language was going to be.
David Vanderyacht, comment?
Thank you for providing that clarification. So if I understand correctly, then the IAC and the Superintendent Advisory Council is has not taken a vote on its advisory vote and is waiting for this session to conclude so that they understood the final language of the proposals. And so if I understand correctly, withdrawing or tabling would remove that advisory vote from those entities.
Yeah, they had a discussion based on similar to what's going on here. And then when they were informed, the superintendent advisory realized that the language could be changed today, and it was possible that some of the language may be altered. They wanted to wait to vote until they saw what the final outcome was going to be of rep assembly. The IAC typically votes in February, so we're scheduled with them on February 19th.
And so when those entities say table, they plan to come back around this between now and April to be able to give the voting delegates their advisory votes, is the way I understand that.
Correct, on all amendments, not just 7, 8, but all amendments.
Okay, Paul, and no longer seeing any additional questions or comments.
Okay, well, we are still in the discussion phase. We do have a motion and a second on the table to table amendments 7 and 8. So is there any further discussion?
We do a roll call. Should we do a roll call?
Hang on, I think we're figuring out procedure, but I'll wait before we call for the question for the WIA staff.
Yeah. We're ready for you to vote. Yeah.
Okay, at this time, I will call for the question and open it up to voting on the Google Sheet that was in the chat. You can see that I think we need to adjust the title because the motion was amended to table 7 and 8. I don't know if somebody has the ability to edit that, but it was 7 and 8 that we're voting for. And so once that change has been made, please cast your vote in the Google Sheet.
They already
I just want to clarify as well, right, in the voting, because we had a couple of people that did not vote. If you do not vote, that'll be counted as a no vote as well, just to be clear in the voting process.
And just as a reminder, this does take 60% of the appropriate delegates for the revision to occur. And I will wait for somebody at the staff to let us know when we've reached a threshold or not. Thank you. It does look like most of the votes are in. Staff, are we ready to move on?
So the motion has failed. That means that the amendments 7 and 8 will be on the ballot for April.
So I believe that is correct. And we have had our presentation of the amendments. We've had discussion. A motion was put forth and voted, and the vote was failed. And so I think we are ready to move on to our fourth session of presentations and discussion. Is that correct?
There's a comment in David Vandriot.
I'm going all the way back to Britt's question about tabling and withdrawing. Robert's Rules of Order is great if your association has a monthly meeting. Think of it this way. If you're meeting 12 times a year, every month, and you have a proposal that isn't there yet, you can table it from one meeting to the next, okay? If you have a situation like ours, we have big gaps of time in our schedule. And we, in a sense, have to do our best with that. And so I think, with the withdrawal, as I said before, you're starting from scratch. But if you picture this in a monthly meeting, tabling, the effect, even there are many associations that use Robert's Rules of Order for meetings that happen only once a year. But then tabling and withdrawing are very close to being the same thing. But the more opportunities you have, it's a structural thing. So I just want you to know I'm doing my best to be flexible, and especially I appreciate what someone said earlier about making sure that everyone is heard and that everyone has a chance for input, and that we not administer Robert's rules in any way that would ever quash discussion. Thank you. Rick, does that help?
Yes, I don't know that we got to David's comment.
I just have some closing comment I want to make. I want to thank the body for having an opportunity and the rich dialogue around this. I also know there'll be media response following these presentations. This is really about inclusivity of transgender student athletes in sports. We want all students to participate in sports, and also protecting the integrity and fairness in girls' sports. I want to encourage the body to educate themselves on ways in which we support our marginalized populations. The Human Rights Campaign and the Washington State Commission on LGBTQ+ have resources. I would encourage you to work with administrators and communicate directly with families of transgender student athletes. And so there are no, making sure that we have a responsibility to support all of our student athletes. So I finish with a thank you to the body for a willingness to engage in a very challenging and difficult topic. And I wish you well in the rest of your day.
Hey, Paul, before we go on to the last two sessions, we're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute break. So it's 11:30 right now. We'll continue with the fourth session at 11:45.
That sounds great, Kathy. Thank you. Everybody take a little break after that. And I want to thank David for just his closing comments. And I think that's a nice way to put a wrap on this conversation for now. So thank you, and we will see you all in 15 minutes, 11:45.
Okay, Paul, all set here.
All right, welcome back, everybody, from that probably much needed 15-minute break, and thanks for the opportunity to do it. We are going to continue on with session number 4 of our presentations and discussions. And included in this session is amendment number 5, middle level, high school level. It will be presented by Brian Johnson, Athletic Director from Ephrata High School. Baseball, softball, arm care, throwing instructions, workouts may begin 2 weeks prior to the first practice date. Workouts are limited to no more than 4 hours per week during this 2-week period. At this time, I want to ask if there are any proposed revisions for the amendment. In hearing none, I will turn the floor over to Brian.
Okay, thanks, everyone. This amendment, it falls under the conditioning tab, as Paul said. And we proposed this last year. It's supported by the baseball and softball coaches throughout the state. And essentially the why we're doing it is there are some very high incident rates of arm injuries out there. 25% of all youth sports injuries are related to baseball, softball, arm care injuries out there. So it's definitely an issue. It's just a safety issue. It's not trying to get a leg up issue type thing. With WI going now to 7 days before first competition instead of 10, I think this year it's even more imperative we get this passed for next season. And so it would be limited just to throwing and receiving. Obviously, you got to be able to catch and throw. And so coaches now can give instruction on that in a controlled environment. It's used to be last year's proposal. It went 4 or 5 weeks before. Now this is just 2 weeks. We want kids playing winter sports, so we don't want to dip into that too much. And so that's definitely some feedback we got from last year. And so that's why it's at the 2 week. It's also limited to 4 hours a week, but also one and a half, no more than 1.5 hours in a day. So you couldn't go out there on a Saturday and do 4 hours worth of arm care. That's is going to work in the opposite. So that's in general what it's about. You know, USA Baseball comes out with a high school coaching manual, and they say you should have at least 4 weeks to get the arm to full strength. This isn't 4 weeks, but it's better than 0 weeks. You know, the first week or two of practice, teams are trying to do all sorts of team stuff and hitting and throwing and outfield, infield, and plays and whatnot, scrimmaging. This would just help them. I came from Oregon. I was an athletic director and a head baseball coach in Oregon for 10 years. And my last couple of years, this has been in place here in Oregon for about 10 years now. And they allow a 2 week early start, pitchers and catchers. You look at spring training, the athletes that are most fit in the world, they report 2 weeks early. So this is kind of a normal process for baseball, softball. And again, it's just to prevent injury and get kids ready to throw in cold weather and with limited amount of practices before the first contest.
Thank you, Brian, for presenting that amendment. At this time, do we have any questions for Brian from the Assembly?
Tom Royce, you want to unmute yourself, ask your question?
So the amendment doesn't say just pitchers and catchers, though. So this would apply to everybody. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. You know, thinking of, yes, all players. That's hard to distinguish between who's a pitcher and catcher before you even start a season out. And it's not just intended pitchers. Yes, pitchers in baseball and softball have the highest injury rate. But you think of how many kids get sore arms early and whatnot. They would be able to have as many kids as they want, and it could be open to baseball kids, not baseball kids. It's conditioning, right? You have to open it to the whole school. So this is not an organized practice. But yeah, it's open to anyone, and it's just throwing. And then you know, you might have to teach a kid how to put a glove on and catch a ball type thing so they don't get hurt, right? But it's not fielding ground balls, it's not pickoffs, it's just throwing. And it's workouts, whether it's doing plyo balls in the weight room and different things. There's all sorts of systems out there. So yeah.
Matt Cook, you yourself.
Thanks. So 4 hours per team. Does that mean like one kid can't make a specific workout session? They can go the next day, but if they go the next day, that'd be part of the 4 hours, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
So just think of it like, let's just make it simple. Monday through Thursday, your coach gets an hour a day. Doesn't have to be that. It could be different, but maximum of 4 hours in a week. And yeah, for the team organizing it. Yep. And the reason we did that is just so it doesn't get out of control, right? Doesn't get out of control and that sort of thing.
Well, and it'd be a logistical nightmare to try to track that. And the number of hours.
No, it's not by the individual, it's by the team. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Good question.
Joe Frazier, question?
Hey, Brian. Since it's by the team, could the baseball team do 4 hours a week, the softball team do 4 hours a week separately, but have athletes attend both?
Good question. That's not the intention, but that might need to be cleaned up. Yeah, the idea would be like your softball coaches could be doing it and your baseball coaches could be doing it. So,
But because it's open to all athletes.
Yep.
Paul saying no more questions.
Okay, no more questions in the chat. We'll move on to the next amendment, which is high school amendment number 9, presented by David Blakeney of the WIAA Executive Board. Suspension following an ejection must be fulfilled at the same level as the contest at which the ejection occurred. At this time, I'm going to ask if there are any proposed revisions for the amendment. Hearing none, I will turn the floor over to David. Thanks, David.
Thanks, Paul. So Cindy actually did send this out last night with some added language to clarify. It is up on the screen right now, that highlighted in yellow. So we talked about this in December and added a little more language. So basically, if I am ejected from a contest in the postseason, so let's say I'm ejected in a quarterfinal game, my team cannot schedule. They can schedule, but the next game I must sit out is the next game that will count towards qualifying for the postseason. So there's a quarterfinal game. My team can schedule another game if they have room in their season before that semifinal game, but I must sit out my semifinal game. The language we added at the end, unless the ejection occurred during the final contest during that season. So I get ejected in that quarterfinal game. It is my team loses, we are out. Then I would sit out my next contest, just like our current rules state.
Paul, there in the chat, there was revised language as David spoke to that was sent out last night to the rep assembly members. So we do have a motion to approve the addition of language revisions, and then Kevin Owen seconded that.
All right. Well, Mark, can you please determine if this revision does not alter the intent of the original proposed amendment?
It does not.
Okay. So open it to discussion on the revision. I'm sorry, we will get back to amendment discussion on amendment number 9 or questions on amendment number 9, but we're going to back up and open it for discussion on the revision to amendment 5. Shane, looks like you've got a question, so go ahead and unmute yourself.
My question's about number 9, not number 5.
Okay, we'll get back to you. Any further discussion on the revision to number 5? So, Brian, could you just clarify the addition. So I see move to approve the addition. Let's clarify the addition and then we'll call for the question and go back to the membership for a vote.
Paul? So the revision is on amendment number 9, one that David just presented on. So the motion to approve the additional language is for number 9 and the second is for number 9. So right now it'd be a vote on number 9.
My apologies. Shane, go ahead.
Okay, my question regarding the amendment, not necessarily the addition. It's mainly a question regarding clarification on what you said about so if you're in the postseason qualifying event for state and a player gets ejected for that game, team had a scheduled non-league prep game in between the last qualifying event for the first round of state. You mentioned that if it was a qualifying event for state, they would be ejected for the first round of state. Would they be eligible to play in that in-between game that they had scheduled? Or would they have to sit out that game as well? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, they would have to sit out one contest for an ejection, and that one contest would be that first round of the state qualifying event.
I will step in on that one. The current language says they sit out until they have been suspended during a contest at the same level. So in that case you just stated, Shane, they would be suspended for 2. They would have to sit out the first round of qualifying if they were ejected from a qualifying contest.
That's kind of where I thought it would go. Thank you.
I apologize. Thanks, Cindy. I should know just to listen to you by now.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the addition to high school amendment number 9. If there's no further question or discussion, we'll call for the question and open up voting in the Google Sheet. And I will wait for staff to let me know when we have the appropriate number of votes to proceed.
Just as a clarifier out there, only this is high school only, yes. So Sean, to answer your question, high school only, middle schools should not be. Suzanne, question?
The term level, I'm just wondering if it should be clarified because level could be C team, JV varsity. Should it be postseason level, or is 21.1.3 already talking about postseason?
It's covered in the full text of the amendment, Suzanne. It's just not covered in the summary because postseason is clarified right below that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Paul, it looks like we do have the required number of votes. We're missing all but one, or we are missing just one vote from the high school voters. So it has passed.
Okay, thank you, Justin. And so we will, and when we head into breakout rooms, that will be, we'll discuss, the discussion will happen with the amended wording. And so with that, we're ready to have high school amendment number 11. Presented by Brian Johnson, Athletic Director from Ephrata High School. Again, this would increase regular season contests from 20 to 22 games in baseball, slow pitch softball, and fast pitch softball. At this time, are there any proposed revisions for the amendment? Hearing none, the floor is yours, Brian.
Okay, thank you, Paul. I just shared a document there that, and it's on the amendment too, but it kind of blows it up a little better. I know that that didn't show up as well as I had designed it to on the amendment on the back with a small font. But basically, that shows you the comparison of the 3 Northwest states that we have, Pacific Northwest states. Washington allows 20 games, Oregon 26, and Idaho 24. And so we're just trying to kind of get more in line with our neighbors who share the same weather, if not worse sometimes than us, and just get baseball a little bit more equitable with that. You can see that, as far as the length of the regular season from the first day of practice till, the end of the district tournament when, we have to have state teams go, we're pretty much the same as Oregon. They got about an extra half a week or 3/4 of a week start date there. Idaho's plays 24 games. They only have 9.25 weeks or 9 1/4. And so, and then as you scroll down, you can just kind of see how are we going to get all these in, with the earlier start date allows you to play games a little bit earlier. And that's if you were to play 3 per week, and which would really give you 24 dates, but we're just asking for 22 for softball and baseball for this. It'd be fast pitch, slow pitch, and baseball. You look at club baseball and softball, and they're playing 4 or 5 games in a weekend when they're 11, 12, 9, 13, which we're just talking 3 games in a week here. And so I think it's realistic. It allows teams it'll allow them to develop a little bit more pitchers. If they could, they can do more non-league games that aren't, factoring league standings. And tournaments as well. We host a preseason tournament, but we're kind of limited to 2 games. You could possibly get 3 games and do more of a bracket format instead of just round robin and things of that nature. If teams want to, and at the end of the day, if teams don't want to because of costs and whatnot, they don't have to. And one of the other pros I put, tennis and volleyball, they added a couple games the past few years. And that got approved pretty easily. So with baseball and softball, it's just easy to get in a doubleheader or a single on opposite days and whatnot. There are more turf fields now than ever, which allow for on the west side and say the Spokane area to play in all different types of environment. I've coached in Spokane. I've coached in Southern Washington, Oregon. I've coached in Central Washington or been an AD here. I've coached, I played at the University of Washington in the rain all the time, and we had turf and we could play through stuff. So I think, now more than ever, we're prepared for something like this. Our seasons are longer, and I know coaches are interested in that, and we're trying to give our coaches with this amendment with the arm carry. We want our education-based coaches, education-based athletics around our kids more than maybe private instruction, and this just becomes more equitable for all with that. So there's my sales pitch.
Thank you, Brian. And do we have any questions for Brian on Amendment 11? You must have done a nice job, Brian. So hearing none, we'll move on to the presentation of middle school, high school amendment number 12. This will be presented by Stephen Carson of the WIAA Executive Board. And this says violations of the baseball pitch count rule will cause the head coach to be suspended until after the next school contest at the same level of completion. Before we hear the presentation, I want to ask if there are any proposed revisions to this amendment. Okay, hearing none. Stephen, take it away.
Thanks, Paul. So amendment number 12, as you heard in December, is regarding the pitch count for middle school and high school baseball. We heard your questions and concerns, and we did add or revise some of that. So Rule 32.6.4, violations of the pitch count rule will cause the head coach to be suspended from the next contest. We did change it from ejection to suspended. And then the D, the first violation of the pitch count shall result in the head coach being suspended from any contest until after the next school contest at the same level of competition. So the continuation in amendment number 12 is just a clarification of the suspension. It tells you about the levels, postseason, all that. And we also added a couple Q&As to help as well. Any questions? Sorry, Paul, if that's your job.
No problem, Stephen. I think Don is correct, though. There were some proposed changes to number 12. So we would need a motion and a second to approve that.
We have a motion from Mr. Dalziel. Second from Mark Young.
So it's been moved and seconded to adopt the proposed verb changes. Do we have any further discussion? All right, looks like we'll need to get there it is. It's now ready to go. The Rep Assembly vote tally sheet is ready. So I will call for the question and invite all high school and middle school delegates to vote in the tally sheet.
All right, Paul, we have 50 votes in, and that has passed.
Okay, well, thank you all for your participation in that. It is now time to move to our fourth breakout session, which will also last approximately 20 minutes. It does not look like the breakout rooms are open yet, but they will be momentarily. So once the breakout rooms are open, we'll return in 20 minutes. Thank you, moderators and note takers, for facilitating those discussions. We'll see you all at 12:28. Looks like the breakout rooms are available.
Okay, Paul, everybody's back.
Thank you, Justin. At this time, I would like to ask any of the breakout room moderators or any of the delegates if they have further questions on our presentation session number 4 on any of the 4 amendments presented in our past session. Any additional questions? All right, how about comments? Does anybody want to share comments, new insights, new information?
We have a question from Pat Russell.
Well, I think it might be more of a comment. When looking at number 12, there was discussion in regards to head coach. Is that the head coach at the level that it occurs? So if it's a C team game, that is a C team head coach, JV head coach. So more of a comment, just of clarification of it being the head coach of that game or the head coach of the program.
It's my understanding, and Cindy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the coach that is coaching that game should be keeping track of their pitches.
Correct.
Right, John Applegate, number 4. John, you might want to unmute and number 4.
I'm an idiot. All right. We had a question, comment, concern on Amendment 12 with the lining out of an ineligible player. And what does that line out mean? It's no longer a forfeit. We were of the mindset that it still should remain a forfeit, but concerned that that wouldn't be the case.
By the strike through in that amendment, it removes the forfeiture of the game as being a penalty. So the penalty becomes solely that on the coach and not on the team.
That was an identified concern in Group 4.
John, any other additional comments out of your group on the others?
There's a thought that could be a suspension a coach is willing to take if they have a big game and they want that player to finish and finish that game and get the win, and they're followed by a non-league game or a game that they're less concerned about. There might be coaches out there that take that penalty.
Okay, Lanston Moore, Group 5.
They could also hire.
Question was asked why middle school was included on number 5 with the arm care. I guess there was just some questions of whether it was supposed to be or what the thought was with adding middle school with the arm care.
You want me to answer that, Lance?
Yeah.
I mean, the main intention for this was high school, but conditioning, correct me if I'm wrong, WIS staff, but the 17.7.0, is that applying to high school only, or is that applied to middle school as well?
It applies to grades 7 through 12.
Good. And I think, Lance, I would just say it's probably even more important for middle school kids to get their arms in shape before their first game than high school, just because their bodies, it just takes longer. They're not as strong. So I don't foresee a lot of middle schools using this, but could they? Sure. Yeah. Arm care is arm care. Yep.
Yep. Just to finish up here, I guess decent amount of people were we're a little concerned that this would open up to other sports, wanting to do the same thing, you know, volleyball, get your arm ready for serving, yada, yada, yada. And so they said that you can do this already in conditioning. There's ways to do that. So opening this up may not be the best way or best opportunity to do that. Increasing from 20 to 22, just some thought about maybe it's time to look at every sport and do this as a holistic thing instead of just every year we hear a sport or two, wanting to increase contests. So taking a look at everything and to see if it's time to adjust maybe a group of them or not, but maybe a committee or a group to look at that. And then some similar issues with the pitch count rule. Talking about maybe this would be more effective if everybody used the same thing, like Game Changer. It's not required right now. But who's monitoring it and where's the accountability come from? One AD said they had to go back and watch the previous contest and count every single pitch because there were questions with pitch count number. So just it could eat up some time, right? And how far does this go back? I mean, if you have days of rest and days of rest gets violated, that's theoretically a pitch count issue. How retroactive can this become, or how far back in the season can you go? So just some questions about that.
That one? Okay, Lance, I'll address those questions. For one, we've had that similar question about how far back can you go on a violation of a WI handbook rule? There is no term limit on a violation of a WI handbook rule. This rule, though, this change, since it would not, if adopted, would not go into effect until August 1, so it would be for next season. But if it was found that a coach violated the pitch count rule in 2022, they'd have to forfeit that game. We say that the book is the official record keeping for that. And you are correct. As far as I know, most schools are utilizing Game Changer now, but it is not required.
All right, Mark Young, Group 2.
Yeah, Group 2, in regard to number 5, talked about just the proper instruction of the correct form, which is really important. Just the medical-based information that's out there about arm injuries and whatnot. We talked about should, like javelin be included in this, and basically kind of came to the thing, if track people feel that that's the case, then they can add javelin, but that shouldn't stop us from moving forward with baseball. There was a concern of overlapping seasons a little bit, and then it was talked about just that there's, as schools, we don't have to abide by or we don't have to choose to do this if we don't want to. It's there and it's available. But as a school, we could say we're not going to do that, or we're going to do a week. Number 9, that was positive. Felt like that was a loophole that was being taken care of. So there's appreciation for that. 11, some questions about the number of weeks that other states have. Is it the same? So that was kind of some of the dialogue that took place. That, and we didn't get a chance to really dig into 12 as the time was wrapping up. But the quick response was it puts the onus on the coach, which is a good thing.
Sorry. Thanks, Mark. Paul Coughlin, Group 3.
Most of the same issues already addressed. One thing about number 5, the 2 more weeks, the idea that coaches or coaches associations may ask for an additional stipend, costing districts or schools more money in a budget crunch conscious era. Appreciation for the clarification on number 9 with the ejection and the level to try to avoid some shenanigans on that one. Baseball, softball also brought up the idea of it's nice to be in line with Oregon, Idaho, and our neighboring states. similar issues about weather in certain parts of the state, whether it be rain on the west side or, snow on the east side and a lack of turf fields. But that does allow you on the counter to that, the opportunity to maybe chase the weather and get in a tournament where the sun is shining and you might be able to get some games in. The pitch count question came up, and the idea that, clarifying that that the forfeit potential would no longer be in there, that the onus is on the coach, and so would the penalty for that. And how do you tabulate that? How do you count it to make sure, comparing books or Game Changer or something like that, to make sure you're on the same page so there's no gamesmanship involved there?
Thanks, Paul.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Are there any comments or questions from our breakout our presentation session number 4? Brian
Streletsky, question?
Yeah, so on Amendment 12, does that ejection/suspension count as one of your 5 for your school to have to write a plan? 1. And 2, if that coach was ejected from a previous game or is ejected again, does that mean that coach is out for the rest of the season?
Yeah, going back to number 12, it's not an ejection, it's a suspension. So it would not count towards your ejection total.
Yeah, the reason I asked is because it says is in the same manner as if ejected. And so I just wanted to make sure to clarify that.
That was how it was proposed in December. That's why you've got a total rewrite in front of you now. All reference to ejection was taken out.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks for the clarification, Brian and Cindy. Very good. And if I don't hear any more comments, we'll move on to our 5th and final presentation session.
Paul?
Yes.
One other piece from number 5. There was a point brought up that maybe we would add language that would say something like 4 hours per week per team per student athlete. So a kid couldn't go from the baseball one to the softball one and get additional time. I don't know if that's worthy of changing the amendment, but that's one of the things that came up in our breakout.
I heard that too, Lauren, and it actually confused me a little bit. That's why I backed up, but we didn't have a motion on the table, so we moved on. Matt, looks like you have a comment.
Yeah, I brought that up in group 6. For our open gyms, it's not gender specific, it's not team specific. So I just don't want it to be confused with open gyms. And that's why I wanted to add the language in part A at the end of the sentence, allotted for the entire team and for each student athlete. That way there's language in there that says that you can only do 4 hours a week on arm care.
I like that, Matt. It's a great idea, but I cannot make a motion.
I'd like to move to add and for each student athlete at the end of part A.
We have a motion. I do believe we have a couple of seconds in the chat.
Yes.
Okay, so let's open it up to additional discussion.
And I should say it would not change the intent.
Thank you, Mark. Forgot to mention that. Any additional discussion? Questions? Brian, are you okay with that?
That sounds great. I have another suggestion too, but it could be, I don't know if that's a separate vote or do you want me to tie it in now for that same thing to add underneath there? I'll just say it right now and you guys can say this can wait for another one, but maybe add a letter C underneath that, under the arm care that just says throw, just to make sure it's loud and clear, throwing and receiving instruction only. You know, we're just teaching how to throw and how to catch a baseball. If we got a newbie in there type thing, we're not doing. And then you could add to it. I probably should have done this earlier and I apologize, but in December, throwing and catching only, instruction only, no hitting, base running, fielding, etc. Is allowed type thing during these But
Maybe that
that's-
can be put into a question and answer too, Brian.
True.
Yeah.
That's a good idea, Don. Yep. And I don't know, on a Q&A, does that need to be something we do now, or can we do that after the amendment passes?
The Q&A can be added afterwards,
Okay, sounds good.
depending what happens with amendment number 1.
Okay.
Should really do.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Is there any additional instruction or discussion, excuse me?
Hey, Paul, I just want to make it clear that this the motion is just to add the words "and per athlete" at the end of 17.7.4.
Yes, thanks for the clarification.
Okay.
If I hear no further discussion, then we'll call for the question. And it looks like it is ready to vote in the tally sheet. So let's see here. That was middle level and high school level. So we'll have all delegates vote for that.
Again, everybody should be voting, high school and middle school. More than that. All or not all the way, all of the votes, but we do have enough, that motion has passed.
Okay. Thanks, Justin, and thank you, everyone. That changes have been made official, the addition. So with that, I believe it is time to move on to presentation session number 5.
Actually, Paul, real quick. Sorry, I was trying to type before you got that sentence out.
No problem. Go ahead, John.
I want to go back to 12 real quick. And I want to see if other groups had concerns about that not being a forfeit, because I think the sentiment in our group was, yes, the coach should be punished, but that should still be the use of an ineligible player. And so I don't want people to go back and have to, I want to see if there's more appetite for that and not just make a motion blindly. If that should still be considered a forfeit and go through the process of, okay, proving that the athlete, affected the outcome or not.
Thanks, John. And, if you have a comment or a question or support, please indicate so in the chat and we will call on you.
See as a comment. Comment from Lacey Lemon.
Yeah, John, we had this, I brought up a similar concern from my league after the conversations we had after December, that the ineligible player should stay in there and that it should still be a forfeit is what our league believed.
I have agreement from Tom Royce and from Paul Coffin. Scott Chamberlain's comment also in District 428 has had the same concern.
Is there enough agreement for someone to make a motion?
You know what? I'm just going to do it, Paul. I'm going to roll the dice, see what happens. Let's go. I move to remove the strike through language of use of an ineligible player.
Thanks, John. It looks like we have a couple of seconds. Any further discussion on removing the forfeiture, the lack of forfeiture?
Where's the language?
Right here, what's stricken, they want that to be back in.
That changes the intent.
Any further discussion?
You can't.
Just a minute, we're having a discussion about the intent of the rule.
All right. Well, while you guys are talking about that, I will manage the chat room, and it looks like Lance has a question. Go ahead, Lance.
So if we're going to add that back in as an ineligible player, does the penalty also follow the student athlete then?
Good question.
I think that's where they're deciding on the intent of the change here. Because I do think it would change the intent of the whole amendment.
Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, this is a substantial change. This would change the intent of the amendment from having it on the intent of the amendment was it for it to be the head coach and not the school, and now that would change.
All right, Mark. So since that does determine the revision does alter the intent, then where does that leave us?
As published.
All the amendment would go forward as it's written.
Yes.
Okay, so we aren't able to advance this revision to the amendment. Is that what I hear correctly?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Apologies for having a discussion before we got too far down the road. Any other questions? Anything I can answer or our staff or parliamentarian before we move on?
Well, there was one additional question from Eric Stark in the chat.
Yeah, just thinking through this scenario, it doesn't say it here, but if the home book is responsible for counting of pitches, I'm assuming they're going to inform everybody at the beginning of the inning that said player has 5 pitches left. Or do they just wait till, oh, they threw the 7th pitcher to a new batter, they've now violated it? Just making sure, because it's not, the communication is clear for everybody to know before a violation would happen. Only because we've had this where and our book says we're at fine. We have 4 more pitches. The other book just says, hey, you just violated. So just making sure that it's written in there, there's communication, so everybody knows you are choosing to violate during the game and not wait till we got you, but we're like, well, we have us at 4 pitches.
Eric, we have recommended that both the home and visitors compare their book at the end of every inning. We've not written that into the rule. And I guess if that's something that you believe should be written into the rule about how this is done, then that would not change the intent, but we have not drilled down to put that in the rule itself.
And I think most leagues have adopted language to specifically say that within their own league handbooks.
Yeah, well, it just came in my mind if the discussion went from it's no longer a forfeit, if we're going to make it a forfeit, maybe it behooves the home book to let them go one more pitch and say, oh, now you're there because now we get the win in the game and that sportsmanship. And anyway, that's just my thought when that discussion came up.
No longer a forfeit.
Casey Gant, question?
Yeah, kind of along those same lines. Just my question, and not a suggestion, but I know originally we had it listed in there as it would be an ejection and listed as an ejection, and we went back and changed it to a suspension. And so as I'm hearing John talk, to try to watch for anybody to try to circumvent that rule and say, hey, listen, I'm going to take one for the team here so my kid can keep going. Does it have more teeth if we go back to the phrase ejection and then that goes back onto schools as a count? Just a question.
Casey, I'll talk a little bit. When we said suspension similar to that following an ejection, we removed the word ejection because the umpires have nothing to do with the pitch count, but the umpires have everything to do with ejections. So that's why we really cannot have umpires ejecting coaches for violations of the pitch count rule when that's not a National Federation baseball rule just says each state has to have a rule, but it's not up to the umpires to monitor that. So that's why the word ejection does not appear in there at all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, any other clarifying questions or comments?
Oh, I don't see anything in the chat other than Brian Johnson's buying school boards.
Which, thank you. Thank you. Those are available. So good luck with that. And now, moving on to middle level amendment number 10, presented by Tom Harmon, Athletic Director at Nooksack Valley High School. Pre-contest practice requirements for middle level would be the same as the number for high school. Are there any proposed revisions to this amendment?
No.
All right. Tom, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, it's pretty basic, pretty consistent with what we've made some changes with the high school. So we thought at the middle level, it would behoove us to have both of them be exactly the same. So whatever the sport is for high school, if it's 7 practices for the minimum practices, or if it's 12, we would want middle school to be the same as high school. And basically that's it. Probably easier for coaches, ADs, and parents to track and understand.
Thanks, Tom. Does anyone have any questions for Tom? Okay, hearing on. High school amendment number 13. This is presented by John Applegate, Athletic Director at Lake Washington School District, would add girls flag football as a high school sport. Are there any proposed revisions to this amendment? All right, John.
Thanks, Paul. I'm 0 for 2 today, so I need a win here. And my friends keep reminding me on my text messages how poorly I'm doing today as well. So first of all, hats off to James Neal. This is a repeat of last year's amendment regarding girls flag football, and he's not in the room, but I want to make sure that he gets the credit for doing the lion's share of the work on this. As we know, flag football is experiencing major growth around the country. Many states have more and more states are recognized as an official high school sport. It is currently has more participants as a non-WIA sport right now than 2 of the sports we currently offer, and approaching that of a third. It is a Title IX possible solution for a lot of schools. I doubt there's many people on this call that are subject to the Title IX law that are equally or proportionally represented under Part 1. This is a way to help provide a menu of opportunities for our programs. I know there's debate about if it's offered as a WIA sport, then we have to offer it, or we're going to be pressured to offer it. We have a lot of sports that schools don't take advantage of already. This would be another menu item for schools that have that as identified interest on participation surveys for underrepresented genders to be able to offer. We currently have a pretty robust thing going on the west side of the state. I know there's some interest on the east side of the state for expansion as well. There are districts within our state that their risk pool is not allowing them to offer the sport, even though they have it identified as an interest because it's not an official WIA sport. That's up to certain risk pools to make that determination whether they're going to insure it or not. But this would allow for those particular school districts to offer the sport if it became a WIA sport. Currently, the National Federation of High Schools, Cindy provided this with me to me last week, is working on the NFHS rulebook, which doesn't exist yet, but is in process. They've actually sought out Dave Ralston, who's working down with James Neal in Tacoma on the rule book that we're currently using for the programs that are offering it. He's playing a role in helping develop that National Federation book. Some of the cons that I've heard, other than the ones about, feeling the pressure to offer it, is, it's an alternate season sport, so there are 3 seasons available, so you could probably find some good weather to do it. However, facilities can be a challenge for different schools, and totally recognize that. I have some Title IX information on that. If anybody ever has that as a concern, I'm happy to, I won't bore everybody with Title IX talk on that, but small schools, I've heard the concern of having to choose. They're spread too thin. So if they have more sports, athletes might choose one sport, and that would deteriorate another sport. Perfectly valid. But I would say all of those things, if you have that as an identified interest from your underrepresented gender, OCR would tell you that doesn't give you license to discriminate. So that's just something, the Title IX piece that I always remember from all of my trainings with it. I am happy. I said this in December. I know one league has already taken me up on it. I'm happy to come and sit down at your league meeting. I've been charged by my superintendent to do so, to help try to push this through. So happy to come talk further in detail between now and April to anybody that would like more information or want to talk through it further.
Thanks, John. Do we have any questions?
Good question from Matt Cook.
Yeah. So John, I was noticing in the dates for the alternate seasons, the spring season goes from March 2nd to May 16th of the 25-26 school year, which is 11 weeks. But then the alternate season for in the fall would be August 25th to October 18th, which is only 8 weeks. And then November 17th to March 1st is 15 weeks. So question, I just wonder why there's such a discrepancy in the number of weeks for each of those alternate seasons.
Unintentional, Matt, and just thanks for being the first one to catch it. So,
okay.
So that was that. There's not necessarily an intent by that, just an error.
And Matt, just for everybody, just as a point of clarification, you pointed that out. The executive board would set the windows for each of those seasons. So that is something that the board would set going into if this was to pass.
Okay.
Thanks.
So
Justin.
those could change, is what you're saying, Justin?
Say that again.
I said those dates could change then if this amendment were to pass?
Yes, correct. It could change.
So Justin, just so I'm clear, if the amendment were to pass, it would still be three potential. There'd still be the spring season plus the 2 alternate seasons. The board would just set the date range for those seasons.
Correct. And the likelihood is that those would be balanced so that they're all the same number.
Thanks for that, Matt. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Matt. Are there any other questions for John regarding girls flag football? Okay, hearing none. We will move on to high school amendment number 14, presented by Johnny Lee, athletic director from Silas High School. This amendment would increase the regular season contest limit from 16 to 18 matches in soccer. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any proposed revisions for the amendment.
No.
All right, hearing none and having that affirmed by you, Johnny, I turn the floor over to you.
Mine is pretty straightforward, just to kind of align ourselves. Down here in Tacoma area, we joined a really large league because COVID taught us how we need to play nice with one another and just kind of join forces. So we were going over amendments and regulations, and we just noticed that soccer was kind of left behind because everyone else is basically roughly around 18 matches. And then soccer was still at the lonely 16. Now, this is just an amendment that just gives you the opportunity to schedule up to 18. You don't have to. So if you're still wanting to schedule just 16 or 15 or 12, that's up to you. But just note that some bigger leagues prefer to be able to have flexibility. And especially when it comes to postseason and allocations, having a league tournament, this right here would help us suffice getting everyone that equal opportunity versus a drop schedule type.
Thanks, Johnny. Does anyone have a question? If so, please indicate so in the chat, and Justin will call on you and have you unmute yourself at that time. I'm giving it an extra second because it seems like most of the time when I go to move on, something comes back in the chat, but I'm seeing nothing again. So Johnny, it looks like you are off the hook. So unless you have something more to add, we'll move on to high school. Okay, just a quick point of clarification here. On the amendment summary, it says high school amendment 15, but on the full text, it says high school, middle school amendment. Can I get some clarification on which it is?
My amendment is only a high school one, amendment 14.
Correct. Moving on to number 15, though, I see a discrepancy between the two documents.
Paul, it should be both.
So the summary should say high school, middle?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Cody. So moving on to high school, middle school amendment number 15, presented by Cody Miller, athletic director at Royal High School. If at any point after 15 minutes of play, the soccer match would be terminated if one team is ahead by 8 goals. At this time, are there any proposed revisions for the amendment?
No.
All right, thanks, Cody. The floor is yours.
Okay. Sorry, my voice is coming back, so hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I think we talked about this pretty sufficiently last time in December, but I did pull up, I know there's been some questions about why 50 minutes. So I did pull up some, not all 50 states, but a few states, and they're those that have mercy rules. Oregon is 8 goals at any point after halftime, so they're only going 40 minutes. Idaho, they don't have a mercy rule as far as the states closest to us. Utah is 8 or more goals at any point, 50 minutes. Arizona is 8 or more goals at any point from 60 minutes. New Mexico is 10 or more goals at any point from halftime. Florida is 8 or more goals at any point from halftime forward. So the 50 minutes to me, I know I want to specifically address that because that has come up as a question that I've received, but that is kind of a happy medium, right? From the states that I listed, a lot of them are doing it at halftime, and then there's some at 60 minutes, and so the 50 minutes is a middle ground there for the mercy rule for soccer that we've proposed. Other than that, nothing's really changed since December. No new information for you guys.
Thank you, Cody. And again, if anyone has a question, please indicate so in the chat, and Justin will call on you and have yourself unmute yourself and ask. Cody, you must have been very thorough. So thank you for that. And moving on to our final amendment, which is middle level amendment number 16, presented by Jim Meyerhoff, athletic director at the Puyallup High School. Middle level soccer players could participate in 3 contests per week. Are there any proposed revisions for this amendment? Hearing none. Jim, the floor is yours. Anyone know if Jim's still out there?
Yeah, I was halfway through my whole speech. I was almost done. All right.
Jim,
I'm a doofus too.
Take yourself off mute.
Yep, there we go. All right. Thanks, Paul. The group representing multiple school districts that submitted this amendment believes it to be a straightforward update that would align middle level soccer with other comparable middle level team sports, such as boys and girls basketball, baseball, and fast pitch. Currently, the WI handbook permits these sports to participate up to 3 contests per week, while middle level soccer is limited to only 2 contests per week. In our region, middle level sports typically last between 6 to 8 weeks, resulting in a condensed schedule for completing 10 contests. For example, in my 7-school league, accommodating 12 dates with 1 school on a bye each week is already a challenge. Factors such as holidays, conferences, weather, and emergency school closures further complicate the scheduling. We kindly request your consideration of this amendment to allow school soccer to participate in up to 3 contests per week. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Does anyone have any questions for Jim on middle level soccer players and 3 contests per week? If you do, please indicate so in the chat. Hearing none, we will then proceed into our final breakout room. Breakout session number 5. As soon as those are the breakout rooms are ready, we'll go. Moderators, again, grateful for all of your work today. Really grateful for everyone's work today. But please just be aware that we did have 5 amendments this time, so just be conscious of the time as you begin your discussions. It looks like it's about 10 after 1 right now, so we will return to the General Assembly at 1:30. Thank you.
Oh, am I
All
rolling?
right, Paul, we are ready to go. I think we got everybody back.
All right, thanks, everybody. We are almost there. Appreciate your time and really perseverance as we hit our fifth and final breakout room session. So as we proceed, did any of the breakout rooms have particular questions for the presenters? No direct questions. Would anyone like to share some thoughts, new information, insights about their discussions with the coalition? Please put your name or group number in the chat.
So we got one. All right, Patrick Brown, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. I'll make this quick. I did have a question regarding the number of practices requirement. I was wondering if the group that brought it forward got any feedback with the fact that wrestling for middle school would actually jump from 8 to 9 practices as a requirement.
No, we didn't get any feedback from anybody, but we do have one of our respected wrestling coaches, Ron Lepper, was on our group, and he didn't bring up any objections to it.
Okay, thanks for that. I just I would hate for that one bounce it, that one change in practice to throw the entire amendment out. Because it's a benefit in almost all cases. I do think that within my own league, there might be concern as far as changing that wrestling because it is such a short window, and just like you, our programs are back to back to back. So, don't know if you've considered amending that to say with the exception of wrestling.
Well, we could. I'd have to go back to the group because it was our league. I think our only concern was that we wanted to be consistent sport by sport with the high school, because right now that was part of the issue. Is this one was here, one was 7, one was 8, and how did we rationalize high school being less than middle school by one practice? So we thought if we kept it consistent with what's going on, sport to sport, that would be an easier thing for everybody.
All right, thanks.
But I guess if it fails, then we would probably come back and talk about it and see if we made that amendment.
Yep, fair enough.
Thanks, Pat. Thanks, Tom. Any other questions or comments, insights, new information from your breakout sessions?
Applegate, group number 4.
Just waiting for somebody else from group number 4 to chime in. We had a good discussion about the 50-minute soccer time limit, and wondered if there was an appetite amongst this group to amend that to 60. I told them that my success today on proposing amendments hasn't been good. So, but is that a discussion other groups have had of is that 50-minute, is that the right amount of time? Or maybe groups just aren't in support of it altogether?
Sorry, John, can you say that one more time? I couldn't hear on my end.
Our group talked about 50 minutes versus 60 minutes for the soccer time for the game to be called after 8 goals. If that was playing, going to a 10-minute half and then just playing 10 more minutes and maybe bumping that to 20. Not that there's a magic number, but that was just kind of talked in our group about maybe a better number. And I was just curious if other groups had conversations about that or. Okay.
Do we hear further discussion?
Got a comment in the chat. Brett? Just want to state the comment.
Just saying, in our conversations in the Emerald Town Conference, it was, I think the shortness of the 50 minutes was a concern. And I think 60 would have more of a chance of garnering support.
Also a comment from Pat Russell.
Yeah, when talking our league, 60 was an easier number for us to say, yeah, I think we would support that. Like basketball, 40-point running clock makes sense. In soccer, 8 seems sufficient to go, but the coaches, the main thing was this the development of players is continued, at our level 1B, 2B, so which is tough when you're up 8-0, so I get it.
I just want to throw out there, excuse me. I think 60 would be better than nothing. So I'm here as a guest, so I can't make that proposal, but I think that's better than nothing. Personally, though, I still think 50 is a middle ground compared to what other states are doing, as I shared earlier. And so with that information.
I'd like the motion to change the verbiage from 50 minutes to 60 minutes in the amendment.
That's Kevin Owen.
I have a second by Pat Russell.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Give Mark a second to determine whether the revision does not alter the intent of the original proposed amendment.
Sorry. This would not alter the intent of the original amendment.
All right, let's open it up for discussion for the revision.
I understand the base behind it. It looks similar to the 3/4 rule, so makes sense. Anybody else?
Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Oh, we have a question. Teresa.
It's a middle school, high school amendment. So it's really not going to affect middle school at all, if I'm correct, because our games are only 60 minutes long. As long as we all know that's just not going to affect us in there, but it is listed as middle school, high school, and our games are 2 30-minute halves.
Very good point, Teresa. Thanks for sharing that.
There's also a question from Alec Mayer.
Yeah, I'm just curious I'm not opposed to the 60-minute change, but would the goal differential be different? I mean, maybe change the goal differential to 6 points. Just my 2 cents.
Appreciate the comment, Alec. Any other questions, comments? Okay, hearing none.
Paul, Derek Tucci.
Yeah, I have a question real quick. When we look at it on the full text, it says middle school, high school amendment 15. And when you look at it on the presenter sheet, it says high school only 15. So which one is it?
It's written as both.
Yeah, sorry, Derek, that was brought up right at the start of this. The summary is incorrect. It should say middle level / high school. It is both.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Derek. Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, I will call for the question and invite everyone to vote. This is both middle level and high school level. Please vote in the tally sheet, the rep assembly tally sheet. Justin, let us know when we have enough votes in. Thank you.
All still waiting for all the total votes to come through, but that revision has passed.
Okay. So thank you for that. That will move forward as a 60-minute, after 60 minutes of play rather than 50 minutes of play. So thank you. Any further discussion on amendments 10, 13, 14, or 16 before we conclude this open forum discussion session?
Yeah, on this one, because of Teresa's comment, in the future, the summary and the amendment will only say that it applies at high school.
Thanks, Cindy.
Oh, there is a question from Shane Nixon. Shane, go ahead and unmute yourself and ask the question for the group.
So the question then becomes, does the middle level, would an amendment to or a verbiage change help the middle school level to add 45 minutes for that rule, whereas it would be 60 minutes for the high school? Still allows for a second half of play, but does shorten it a little bit. It was just a thought.
Any discussion on Shane's comment?
Shane, I think that'd be a great idea if that could be added to help alleviate the same issue at the middle school level with contests, if it's going to be changed.
Per Jim's request, I would motion that to add middle level be a 45-minute rule.
I would second that motion, Shane.
Shane with the motion and Lauren McDaniel with the second. And again, we'll just confer with Mark to determine if the revision does not alter the intent of the proposed amendment. It's been, I think it does not, but Mark?
I agree that it does not. It's only a 5-minute difference. It certainly fulfills the intent of the original amendment.
Okay, any further discussion on adding 45 minutes? It would be a stoppage of play at the middle level. Questions, comments? Joe, why don't you go ahead and unmute yourself and let us hear your question.
Do you want to reduce the number of goals also? Versus 8, make it 6 or whatever, reducing time for middle level? Just a question.
Anyone care to respond to Joe's question?
No, Joe.
Goals.
I responded there.
On the silence, Joe, I don't know that there's a lot of traction for that.
Perfect. Just thought I'd throw it out there. Thanks, Don. I appreciate your support.
Any further discussion? So we have a motion and a second to change the middle level to 45 minutes. After 45 minutes, the match would be terminated. Hearing no more discussion, we will call for the question and invite everyone to vote in the assembly vote tally, please. John, I see your question and looking for a little clarification. Is this a middle school only or high school, middle school?
Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Paul. We're conferencing.
I think that's a middle level only.
It also probably doesn't matter because of the.
The vote has passed with everybody, but if we back out the high school votes, the middle school votes would carry.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have, oh, go ahead, Mark.
I was gonna say, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good. We'll back the high school votes out as the middle level only.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. Any further discussion, comments, questions on amendments 10, 13, 14, 15, or 16? All right, I do, before we conclude this discussion session, I want to make one final call for any revision to any of the 16 amendments before we close this session. All right, well, that was a heck of a day, a heck of some really, really difficult and challenging discussions. Really grateful for everyone who stuck with it. We started with 98, we're down to 89 people. That's a heck of a grind that we were on, but I do appreciate everyone's participation in this and moving the association forward with some really, really challenging and difficult topics. So with that, I will turn it back over to Kathy and Mick.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much for walking us through the process today. Really appreciate your leadership and getting us through that. By the end of the week, we will have all of the updated language of the amendments to the delegates. So look for that towards the end of the week. Those of you interested, of course, on Wednesday, we will have a WIA Wednesday to go through any of the other business that we talked about yesterday in the board meeting. With that, if there's nothing else, I'm going to ask the executive board please to stay on just for a few more minutes so that we can just circle up. From there, meeting is adjourned. Thanks everyone for being here. Really appreciate it.